Chapter 2480. After passing through the portal, Chunzong and Green Nightmare quickly returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. There were too many fatal dangers outside. Only by returning to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court would they be relatively safe. After all, they were too weak. They were only in the spirit condensation realm. Chunzong took out the heavenly spirit fruits. So did Green Nightmare. They didn't hold anything back. Green Nightmare had 5 heavenly spirit fruits in total. Chunzong had 4, so there were 9 in total. 9 in total, Green Nightmare said. 4.5 per person. But I suggest we give them to the pill refiners of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to refine them into heavenly spirit pills. They'll be more effective. Chunzong thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. If that's the case, we'll use 1 heaven spirit fruit as the price to ask Master Chi to refine the other 8 heaven spirit fruits into heaven spirit pills. We'll split the pills equally when the time comes, Qing Yin said slowly as he looked at Chunzong. Okay. Chunzong had no objections. Green Nightmare smiled and left with the 9 heavenly spirit fruits. Actually, if Chunzong had hesitated or questioned his suggestion just now, Green Nightmare would have split the heavenly spirit fruits and wouldn't ask for Chunzong's help in the future. But Chunzong's answer without hesitation made Green Nightmare trust him. He thought even more highly of Chunzong. Of course, Chunzong didn't think so much. Since he and Green Nightmare had teamed up, they were companions. Since they were companions, there was naturally no need to doubt each other, unless there was something unusual about them. However, Chunzong felt that people like Green Nightmare were arrogant. Arrogant people might not be easy to get along with, but they definitely wouldn't play any tricks. Of course, if he was wrong, Chunzong definitely wouldn't team up with Green Nightmare again next time. He would even draw a clear line between them. Everything was that simple. The refinement of the heavenly spirit pill will probably take some time. I'll give it to you when the time comes, said Green Nightmare, before leaving with the 9 heavenly spirit fruits. After Chunzong informed Jiao Yi, he began to cultivate in seclusion. This time, he was truly trying to break through to the 3rd level, the divine aspect realm. After I break through to the divine aspect realm, I'll make a trip back to the void, Chunzong thought to himself inside the secret room. After becoming a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, one would have the chance to return to their original void. Of course, because going back and forth would also consume a considerable amount of energy, external disciples would need to apply for approval before they could do so. However, it was much simpler for genuine disciples, and it was very easy to pass. If he was a true disciple of the 6th heaven, it would be a piece of cake. If Chunzong wanted to go back now, he could do so directly. However, Chunzong had already reached the limit of the 2nd realm. It was time for him to break through. After breaking through, he would be even more powerful. It might be better for him to return to the void then. However, Chunzong wanted to break through chi refining and body refining, so it would probably take a longer time. Chunzong first adjusted his essence, chi, and spirit, preparing to break through. When breaking through, a lot of energy was needed. Fortunately, Chunzong had obtained quite a number of 9 heavens spirit refining pills as a reward from the disciple meet. It was enough. The 3rd realm of chi refining and body refining are both the divine aspect realm. The names are the same, but there are differences. The divine aspect realm of chi refining focuses on the primordial spirit, while the divine aspect realm of body refining focuses on the physique. Chunzong adjusted his essence, chi, and spirit as he pondered the main points. The secret of the chi refining divine aspect realm was that it would gather all energy into the primordial spirit. In this way, the primordial spirit would become the main means of combat. After it was activated, it would cover the body and turn into a divine aspect. Hence, it was called the divine aspect realm. The divine aspect realm used the primordial spirit as the core and the power of chi refining and great Tao as the bones, flesh, and blood. As for body refining, it was to integrate everything into the physique and cast the most powerful body. After it was activated, it would also turn into a divine aspect, and its power would increase greatly. After Qinzong thought about it, he realized that although qi refining and body refining were different, they seemed to be similar. They both condensed divine aspects. Of course, even if it was divine aspects, their power was different. Qi and body. Qinzong cultivated both qi refining and body refining at the same time. If he wanted to break through, he had to break through at the same time. Otherwise, he would lose balance. Once the balance was lost, there would be a situation where one side would be the main and the other side would be the secondary. Gradually, it would tilt. Although Qinzong usually fought with his qi refining cultivation and rarely used his body refining cultivation, that didn't mean that Qinzong focused on qi refining and neglected body refining. It was just a habit. It was only right for the two to advance at the same time. Otherwise, it would affect his own cultivation in the end. It was undoubtedly difficult to advance and break through at the same time in both qi refining and body refining cultivation. Fortunately, Qinzong had the Heart Sutra. Operate. Under the operation of the annihilation force of the nine heavens breath, Qinzong's breath was constantly condensed. Under the guidance of the extreme mirror, the body refining power was also raised and gathered, waiting to explode. Attack. Like a torrent bursting through a dam, an incomparable power burst out in an instant and crazily rushed forward. The shackles of the cultivation realm were like a natural gate. Qinzong's power directly hit the gate, trying to break it. The shackles of the qi refining realm were one gate, and the shackles of the body refining realm were another. The gate of the qi refining realm was azure, and the gate of the body refining realm was dark red. Condense the sword. Kill. In an instant, the sword light burst out, rolling up a violent wind, and directly slashing toward the gate. This was the sword that focused the most on power. It was called the slashing of the wind. The sword slashed at the gate, but it couldn't shake it. Qinzong's foundation was so solid and stable that the gate formed by the shackles also became incomparably stable. The more stable it was, the harder it was to break through. The harder it was to break through, the harder it was to break through. But correspondingly, once a breakthrough was made, there would be more prospects and amazing potential. His future achievements would only be higher and stronger. The gate of the realm was difficult to shake. Qinzong kept gathering power, turning it into sword light, and slashing out with all his strength. The sword light slashed at the gate, shattering, but was reformed and slashing again. Qinzong's power was constantly being consumed, and he could only take the 9-heaven energy elixir to replenish it. With a crack appeared on the two realm gates, and Qinzong saw hope. Hope for a breakthrough, because if he couldn't break through the gate, his power would be exhausted. Although he had the 9-heaven energy elixir to replenish it, the speed of replenishment couldn't keep up with the speed of consumption. It could only prolong the time. Once his power was exhausted, the breakthrough would fail. Of course, even if the breakthrough failed, it wouldn't be a big deal. After adjusting his breath and recovering his power, he could break through again, but it would take more time. In the universe, the third realm wasn't considered a very high realm. This was different from the void. It was difficult to break through the transcendent realm in the void. If one failed to break through, the impact would be huge because it was related to the transcendent realm. Another slash of the sword widened the crack. With another slash, the two realm gates finally cracked and broke through at the same time. With a burst of turbulent vibrations, the qi of the universe in the Heart Sword Peak was immediately drawn and rushed to the Heart Sword Palace at an astonishing speed. Like the surging waves of a great river, the qi of the universe poured into the secret chamber and wrapped around Qinzong's body. It seemed that there was no need to actively absorb the qi of the universe. The qi of the universe was so strong that it almost turned into clouds and rain. It poured into Qinzong's body from all directions at an astonishing speed. The first layer of the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath continued to circulate, refining the energy that was pouring into his body and transforming it into the cool breeze energy. However, Qinzong soon discovered that even with the guidance of the extreme mirror secret technique, which divided the energy into two, one for chi refinement and the other for body refinement. It was still difficult to consume. Breakthrough. The first level of the annihilation force of the nine heavens destructive wind was operated to the extreme. The cool breeze force suddenly became faster and more intense. Its power was also constantly increasing and becoming more and more tyrannical. In Chunzong's body, a series of whistling sounds constantly sounded and became more and more intense. The trajectory of the power also became more and more mysterious. Condense. The clear wind energy was unceasingly condensing and transforming into an even more tyrannical force. Not only was the speed of this force much faster, its might had also increased, becoming even more tyrannical. Gale force. The second level of the annihilation force of the nine heavens destructive wind was the gale force. The first level corresponded to the level of the divine condensation realm, while the second level corresponded to the level of the third level of the divine manifestation realm. The difference was very obvious. The cool breeze force continued to transform into the gale force. The chi of a universe surged in and rapidly transformed. The gale force also continued to accumulate, becoming more and more majestic and tyrannical. Chunzong felt that the power in his body was constantly increasing and strengthening. The power of his body was also constantly improving. Breakthrough. This was the true breakthrough. The breakthrough from the second level to the third level could be divided into two steps. The first step was to break through the gate of the realm and absorb the chi of the universe into the body. This would cause the transformation of one's power and make it even more tyrannical. The second step was to condense the divine manifestation. With a stronger power, the power of the great path, and so on, it would be integrated into the primordial spirit or the body to become the divine manifestation. Only then would one be considered to have truly broken through to the divine manifestation realm. Chunzong had already crossed the first level and was beginning to enter the second level. Compared to the first level, the second level would be more difficult. These two levels could not be separated. They had to be broken through in one go. If one stopped after breaking through the first level, the difficulty of breaking through to the second level would be more than 10 times greater. Therefore, the breakthrough had to be done in one go. It could not be stopped. Integrate. In an instant, the gale force of chi refining and the power of the great path of the heart fused together and condensed into a storm-like attack. It covered Chunzong's primordial spirit and made a series of rumbling sounds. His primordial spirit was in the middle of it. It opened its arms like a god in the storm. The power of the way of the sword also turned into wisps of sword chi and flew out. They flew into the storm, causing the storm to become even more tyrannical and shocking. At the same time, the power of the way of the world and the power of the body refining merged together. The power of the way of the sword also evolved into wisps of sword chi. They poured into the storm and integrated into his body. Chunzong only felt that his body was constantly filling up. There was a feeling of bloating to the extreme, as if his body was about to be torn apart. However, there was also a tyrannical feeling of power fluctuating and constantly rushing in all directions. Breakthrough. Great breakthrough. Chapter 2481. The new year is coming, so little Rice Dumpling should be going home to visit his family. Hurry up and give little Rice Dumpling a monthly ticket. Otherwise, what if he can't pass the security check? In the void, the million-meter-wide sea of light was still there. Traces of power continued to emanate from the sea of light and spread to every corner of the void, imperceptibly changing the environment of the void. This feeling couldn't be seen with the naked eye. It couldn't even be sensed because the changes were too slow. Even a sovereign powerhouse would find it difficult to sense any obvious changes. However, these changes existed. They were increasing the strength of the laws of the void and perfecting them, causing the essence of the void to transform. In short, the third-rank void was gradually approaching the second-rank void. One day, it might even be able to break through to the second-rank void. The impact of this improvement was insignificant at first. However, as time passed, It would invisibly affect the life forms in the void and increase their cultivation potential. The impact was especially obvious for new life forms. Of course, it wasn't easy to advance from the third-rank void to the second-rank void. Even 100,000 years wouldn't be enough. The massive 10,000-meter wide crack still existed in the million-meter wide sea of light like a scar in the sky. It was dazzling and eye-catching. From time to time, cultivators would come from afar and cultivate there. This was because the cultivators had discovered that there were great benefits to cultivating there. It was simply like a sacred cultivation ground. In order to avoid chaos, the 4 great sacred lands took the lead and maintained order there. However, there was competition. The more outstanding the person, the closer they could get to the sea of light to cultivate. On the contrary, the weaker the person, the closer they would be to the periphery. This formed a healthy competition mechanism. At the forefront, Yu Wuxiao was cultivating. Her aura was still at the Yuan underworld level, but she was already at the limit of the Yuan underworld level. She hadn't broken through yet. Instead, she planned to continue consolidating at the Yuan underworld level. After all, the selection was held once every 100 years. The next election would be held in a few more decades. She had failed the previous election. This time, she had to be selected. An opportunity. An unparalleled opportunity. How could she miss it? Although her cultivation base had reached the limit of the Yuan underworld level, her cultivation base power would slowly change and become purer while cultivating there. This would also increase her power and strength. In addition, the improvement of her mystic abilities and other aspects would allow her to become stronger without breaking through her cultivation base. At the forefront were other Sky Palace's prodigies. However, the highest cultivation base, there was only the Yuan underworld level. In addition to the Sky Palace's prodigies, there were also prodigies from other sects, including Yunyanxin. Yunyanxin already knew that Chunzong had obtained a peerless opportunity. She found that her message couldn't reach Chunzong, as if it was completely isolated. Yunyanxin's cultivation base had reached the pinnacle of the Yuan underworld level. In addition, she had become very strong in all aspects. She had reached the 11-star level. If she unleashed her bloodline power, she would be able to reach the 12-star level. However, this wasn't enough. At the very least, her basic combat strength had to reach the 12-star level. After all, everyone already knew a little about the previous test. It wasn't easy for an ordinary 12-star level to pass the test. Only those who were stronger among the 12-star level would be able to pass. In the million-meter sea of light, a huge dragon snake was coiled under the 10,000-meter crack. It was the Void Dragon Snake. The Void Dragon Snake's aura was extremely terrifying. It had surpassed the Tao Venerate level and reached the Sovereign level. The Void Dragon Serpent and the cultivators coexisted peacefully. Everything was tranquil and quiet. Suddenly, the 10,000-meter crack flickered with light and wisps of aura gushed out, attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? All of them stared at the crack with their eyes wide open. It had to be known that since a few decades ago, the 10,000-meter-long crack had been very calm. Now that a few decades had passed, it was fluctuating again. Could it be that something was about to happen? Under everyone's gaze, the fluctuation in the 10,000-meter crack became more and more intense. When the fluctuation reached its peak, a burst of intense light burst out and a figure emerged from it. There's someone. Who is it? Everyone narrowed their eyes and stared at the figure, trying to see clearly. However, because the light was too intense, they couldn't see anything for a while. They could only tell that it was a figure. However, one thing was certain. Since this person had appeared from the 10,000-meter crack, it must be related to the unparalleled opportunity. Could it be that the unparalleled opportunity was coming again? Didn't they say that it would be 100 years apart? For a moment, everyone was guessing and was unusually excited. Gradually, the light that gushed out slowly converged and faded. The figure then became clearer. Who is that? He looks a little familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Many people stared at the figure that had become clearer and were secretly surprised. That person indeed gave them a familiar feeling, as if they had really seen him somewhere before. Only a few people were stunned. Then, their expressions changed. Yu Wuxiao was stunned. Then, she smiled excitedly. Yun Yanxin was extremely excited and overjoyed. The reason for that was because that person was someone they were familiar with. Chenzong. Chenzong was back. When Chenzong stepped out of the 10,000-meter crack, he immediately felt the difference. The aura here was completely different from that in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. As a result, Chenzong had a strange feeling that he could tear the void apart with one strike and that nothing could stop him. Of course, this was just an illusion. After all, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was in the universe and was shrouded under the laws of the universe. On the other hand, the void was filled with laws. There was a huge difference between laws and laws. Moreover, they were the laws of the Third Order Void. One thing that Chenzong could be sure of was that he could definitely exert more strength in this void. It was as if he had received some kind of enhancement. Of course, this description was not accurate. It should be said that the restrictions were smaller. The power that could be exerted with one part of his strength became 2 or even 3 parts. This was not under his control, but directly. All in all, Chenzong felt that the power that he could exert here was much better than in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. While feeling, Chenzong glanced around and saw third senior sister Yu Wuxia. He smiled and greeted her. Immediately, Chenzong's eyes flashed with excitement. In a flash, he appeared in front of Yun Yanxin as if he had teleported. Nian Xin. In Chenzong's excited eyes, there was a wisp of tenderness spreading, and he naturally opened his hands. He opened his arms wide and hugged Yun Yanxin. Yun Yanxin also leaned into Chenzong's arms, feeling this long-lost warmth. She was silent. It was as if all the sounds and sights in the surroundings had disappeared at this moment. Only the two of them hugging were the center of this place. Yu Wuxia, who was about to greet Chenzong, moved her lips. She gently put down the hand she was about to raise. A complicated look flashed in her eyes. She could not help but feel a sour feeling in her heart. Shaking her head, Yu Wuxia clenched her fists hard, as if to dispel the sour feeling. She was Sister Canon. How could she have such a feeling? Chenzong's return was definitely not a small matter. On the contrary, it was a big matter. A big matter that directly alarmed a group of experts in the void. After all, Chenzong had obtained an unparalleled opportunity decades ago. There had been no news of him for decades. Now, he had suddenly returned. Then, where had they been all those years? What benefits did he gain in those few decades? Immediately, one by one, the Sovereign Realm experts arrived at the Heavenly Palace. Chenzong had brought Yun Yanxin and Yu Wuxia back to the Heavenly Palace. In the Heavenly Palace, the Will Sovereign was the leader. Other Sovereign Realm experts were also present. In addition, there were many powerful Dao Masters. Finally, there was Chenzong. Previously, Chenzong felt insignificant when facing the Dao Masters. It was not only a gap in cultivation, but also a gap in level. But now, although Chenzong also knew that he was no match for any of the Dao Masters, even the weakest one, he did not feel so insignificant anymore. In terms of level, Chenzong was not inferior to them. Therefore, in the face of so many Dao Masters and even a few Sovereign Realm experts, Chenzong was calm and did not feel nervous at all. Calm and unhurried. Everyone could feel Chenzong's state at this moment. They could not help but be surprised and even admire him. It was really amazing that a junior could be so calm in the face of so many powerful Dao Masters and a few Sovereign Realm experts. Next, naturally, they asked about Chenzong's whereabouts in the past few decades and so on. What was the so-called unparalleled opportunity? According to the rules, I can't say too much. I can only reveal some simple information. Chenzong said directly. Before returning, he had been informed by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, because it was not a good thing to say too much and let the cultivators in the void know too much. However, there was some simple information that could be said. For example, some differences in cultivation, different sequences of the void and life races, and the 9 forces of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, and so on. Even though Chenzong had told them some simple information, it was enough to shock the sovereigns and Tao paragons. It was completely unexpected. The void was divided into 3 sequences, and the void they were in was only the 3rd sequence. And there were such differences in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, and so on. When the Tao Masters and the Sovereigns were almost done digesting the information, Chunzong also raised a point, which was to pay attention to the foundation of the cultivators in the void, especially the cultivation of some basic abilities. This was because the more basic an ability was, the more versatile it was, and the more versatile it was, the more effective it would be in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. At least, it was a kind of foundation accumulation. Chapter 2482. Taking my wife and Xiaobao to the maternity and child clinic for experience. Just got home, updated immediately. After getting a simple understanding of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court from Chunzong, the Sovereigns and Tao Masters left one after another. They took Chunzong's warning to heart. Basics. The more basic the ability, the more practical it was after entering the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. At least that was the foundation. As for Abhijna, it was useful in the void, but lost its effect after entering the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Therefore, it was necessary to adjust the direction of cultivation in the future. Of course, this was for the top prodigies. Ordinary cultivators were not qualified to enter the 9 Heavens Imperial Court because they could not pass the test. In short, without the combat power of the 12-star level, there was basically no hope of passing the test and entering the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. As for the various information about the 9 Heavens Imperial Court that Chunzong revealed, it was not suitable to be spread out. The impact was too great. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to accept it at all. They would directly doubt their previous views, and so on. Chunzong, after chatting with his master, Exine Dao Master, bade farewell to him and left the Exine Heavenly Palace with Yunixin. This time, he did not come back to stay here forever. He came back to take a look. After that, he would go to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court again. Now, Chunzong's cultivation had successfully broken through to the divine manifestation realm, and his strength had increased greatly. However, after returning to the void, Chunzong found that the void chi here was not as good as the universe chi, causing his cultivation efficiency to be very low. Only by taking the 9 Heavens energy refining pill could he ensure normal cultivation. Another point was that when comprehending the 3 great Daos, his efficiency was also obviously not as good as when he was in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. It could be said that it was very difficult for Chunzong to improve here. Therefore, after finishing his business, he had to leave the void as soon as possible and return to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Nianxin, let's go back to the Lingwu sacred world together, Chunzong said. Nianxin had no objection and immediately took action, rushing to the eastern void at the fastest speed. Chunzong had returned once before. Now that he was back, he was familiar with the road. He found the Lingwu sacred world and entered it directly. As soon as they entered the Lingwu sacred world, Chunzong and Nianxin were surprised. This was because the Lingwu saint's world gave the two of them the feeling that its aura had changed greatly. The chi of heaven and earth had become many times denser than before, and its laws had become more complete. To put it simply, the Lingwu sacred world had been restored to its original state. With the restoration of the Lingwu sacred world, the cultivation environment had improved tremendously. To the cultivators within, it had a great impact and many benefits. First of all, it was easier for people with good aptitude to be born, and the path of cultivation would be smoother. Secondly, it was easier to raise one's cultivation base. Even the great sage realm in the Lingwu holy world, which was the imminent deity realm in the void, was easier to reach. With Nianxin in tow, Chunzong headed straight for Mount Baiyan. Tens of thousands of years in White Cloud Mountain was an unforgettable period of time. Looking at the mountain filled with endless white clouds, Nianxin's eyes seemed to be filled with scenes like flowing water. Those were memories. Since they were here, they had to go in and see their former teachers. Without staying for too long, Chunzong and Nianxin once again bid farewell and left. This time, Chunzong brought Nianxin back to Blue Wave's world. Blue Wave's world was actually the companion world of the Lingwu sacred world. The distance between the two worlds wasn't very far. Of course, this kind of distance was relative, although it was a companion world, and although Chunzong was now in the divine phase realm, and his cultivation and strength were extremely shocking, if he wanted to open the passage to Blue Wave's world, he still needed to rely on the power of the Heartsword Seal. Under the power of the Heartsword Seal, it was like a peerless sword light cutting through the sky. With one strike, it tore apart the deep layer of the void and pierced through it. In that instant, Chunzong felt a kind of indescribable profoundness. He was inexplicably moved. Vaguely, Chunzong felt as if he had caught something, but it also seemed as if he hadn't. That sword had left an impression and trace in his heart. Holding Yun Yinshin's hand, Chunzong took a step forward and stepped into the passage created by the sword. As if taking a leisurely stroll, he walked over step by step. It seemed slow, but in fact it was incomparably fast. Not long after, Chunzong held Yun Yinshin's hand and walked out of that deep layer of the void passage. They stepped into the land of Blue Wave's world. This place was the starting point of their past. Yun Yinshin was also very curious, because she was born in the Lingwu sacred world, which was higher than Blue Wave's world. Chunzong discovered that in these years, Blue Wave's world seemed to have been affected by the Lingwu sacred world. The world's origin energy was also several times denser, and the cultivation environment was even more superior. Taking a step forward, Chunzong rapidly flew towards the eastern continent, as if he was traveling through time and space. This time, he specially returned to see his father, elder sister Chen Chuyun, and younger sister Chen Luan. He didn't know whether they were still alive after all these years. Thinking about it, he hadn't left for a particularly long time, and their cultivation should have also reached a certain level. In addition, Chunzong had given them life-prolonging pills, treasures, and so on. In theory, they should still be alive. Homesickness wouldn't disappear just because of the level of cultivation and strength. Sensing the fluctuations in Chunzong's heart, Yun Yinshin couldn't help but hold Chunzong's hand tightly. She responded with a gentle smile. Soon, Chunzong found the secluded Chun Zhongtang and younger sister Chen Luan. As for elder sister Chen Chuyun, she wasn't here. She didn't even have any aura. Chunzong's return naturally made Chun Zhongtang and Chen Luan ecstatic, especially when Chunzong came back hand in hand with a woman. Chun Zhongtang was extremely happy. Although he knew that Chunzong's cultivation was superb and had already reached a level beyond his imagination, in the end, Chunzong was still his son. A mother would worry about a son traveling thousands of miles. Chen Jingtang, as both a father and a mother, was naturally very worried about Chunzong. However, he was an introverted person and wouldn't easily show it. Similarly, in addition to safety, Chen Jingtang also hoped that Chunzong could get married and have children. This was his inner desire, but he had never said it out loud. He didn't want to add more burden to Chunzong. He didn't expect that this time, Chunzong would return with a Taoist companion. Getting married and having children could be considered to have completed the first half, at least so. Greatly comforted, Chen Jingtang drank more than 10 kilograms of fine wine for this meal, and he was completely drunk. As for Chen Chuyun, her lifespan had been extended a lot, and her appearance had also become somewhat younger. She couldn't restrain the desire in her heart, and left the eastern land with her sword on her back. Chunzong directly released his spirit sense and swept it across the entire Blue Wave's world. In a valley, there were figures all around. There were no less than 100 of them, and all the exits were blocked. Jian Luo Sha, quickly hand over the 9-heaven cold moon pendant, and we can spare your life. An old man with a square face shouted at a white-clothed woman who was surrounded in the valley. His voice was stern, and his killing intent was astonishing. That white-clothed woman seemed to be in her 20s or 30s, but there were a few strands of crow's feet at the corner of her eyes. She wasn't as young as she looked. She held a sword in one hand, and her expression was cold and solemn. Her eyes flickered with a sharp cold light like the edge of a sword. Her aura was astonishingly cold. Even though she was surrounded by more than 100 people and had no hope of escaping, she didn't show any signs of weakness. On the contrary, she clenched the sword in her hand. Her sword chi was dense and cold, as if she wanted to kill her way out. Even if she couldn't escape, she wanted to kill a few more people. The battle immediately broke out. The white-clothed woman displayed superb swordsmanship. Opponents of the same cultivation level were killed in one strike. Even if their cultivation level was one level higher, they couldn't withstand 3 strikes. If their cultivation level was 2 levels higher, they would be killed within 10 strikes. Her swordsmanship was swift and fierce and astonishing. As expected of Jian Luosha, her swordsmanship is actually so brilliant. It's rumored that her swordsmanship was taught by an expert. A few people who were obviously the leaders and had the strongest auras were secretly shocked. However, they didn't make a move yet. They wanted to exhaust Jian Luosha's strength first. Suddenly, a buzzing sound seemed to resound out as violent winds whistled out, and the clouds and clouds surged. An indescribable pressure suffused the air, and it seemed as if the sky was about to collapse and descend. It directly caused everyone to be extremely horrified, and they stopped successively with expressions of extreme terror. What happened? Suddenly, a light mark appeared in the valley. It was a crack that tore the void apart. Soon after, a figure casually walked out of the spatial crack, as if he was taking a stroll. His leisurely and relaxed manner made it seem as if he was strolling through his own backyard. When the person appeared, he didn't even look at the others. Instead, he stared at the white-clothed woman. "Sister Yin, long time no see," Chen Zong said with a smile. "Brother Zong." Chen Chuyun's face was filled with shock and then ecstasy. "It's me," Chen Zong said with a smile. Soon after, he asked Chen Chuyun to follow him into the crack in the void. Then, the crack in the void disappeared. As for the others, those who were still alive, Chen Zong didn't pay any attention to them. After all, he was a divine phase realm expert. The gap between him and them was too big. It was like the gap between a blazing sun and a firefly. Just a breath was enough to turn them into ashes. Even if it was because of the restrictions of Blue Wave's world, a light finger was enough to kill them countless times. Between them and Chen Chuyun, it was because of the competition for treasures. There was no good or evil and so on. Therefore, Chen Zong didn't pay any attention to them. Of course, this was also because Chen Chuyun was safe and sound. Therefore, Chen Zong only took Chen Chuyun away and let her out of her predicament. The family reunited. Chen Zong stayed for a month. Then, he took them away from the eastern continent and left Blue Wave's world for Lingwu's sacred world. After all, the cultivation environment of Lingwu's sacred world was more than 10 times better than that of Blue Wave's world. If they cultivated in Lingwu's sacred world, there was hope for them to advance to a higher level. At that time, their cultivation would be higher and their strength would be stronger. Most importantly, their lifespan would be further extended. The next time Chen Zong returned, there was hope that he would be able to reunite with them and reunite with them. Of course, Chen Zong had also considered the safety of the 3 of them. He directly left a bit of power in them, which was enough to protect them in times of danger. Moreover, he also gave them the authority to enter and exit Bewildering Light Island at will. To put it simply, even the great saint stage powerhouses from the spiritual martial sacred world would not be able to do anything to Chun Zhengtang and the other 2. Moreover, if they were to attack them forcefully, they would be killed by the power that Chen Zong had left behind. With Chen Zong's divine phase realm strength, killing an imminent deity was easy. He could even kill an ordinary Yuan demon. Chapter 2483. Cultivation was important, but it was also important to accompany his family. Because cultivation could be done at any time, it ran through his life. As long as he was still alive, he would continue to cultivate. However, it was very difficult to accompany his family. Since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he had been constantly gaining experience and becoming stronger, and the time he spent with his family became less and less. Now, he had returned after a gap of more than 100 years. Only then could he reunite with his family. This was a rare time, and Chunzong cherished it very much. The vitality and rules of heaven and earth in Blue Wave's world were far inferior to those in the void. For Chunzong, it was completely useless. Naturally, Chunzong was also unable to cultivate and improve his own cultivation, and so on in Blue Wave's world. However, Chunzong didn't care. Instead, he truly relaxed. Every day, he drank tea and played chess with his father, chatted with his younger sister Chenlan, accompanied Yun Yinxin to practice her swordsmanship, and gave pointers to his elder sister Chen Chuyun in her swordsmanship, and so on. His days were comfortable and leisurely. Chunzong was deeply attached to the mountains and rivers, and felt comfortable beside his family. For a time, he forgot everything. This was a rare and unforgettable period of relaxation, but would eventually become a deeply engraved memory. 3 years. The time that Chunzong spent with his family was 3 years. 3 years later, before Chunzong was about to leave, Chan Jingtang reminded Chunzong, because he was very clear about his son's ambition. 3 years of companionship was enough. Next time, remember to bring our grandson. Chen Zhongtang smiled. Yun Yinxin's cheeks slightly blushed. Chunzong hugged Chen Zhongtang and said goodbye with a smile. Holding Yun Yinxin's hand, he left again. This time, he didn't know when he would return. Fortunately, in these 3 years, although Chunzong didn't cultivate much, he still gave pointers to everyone. Therefore, even Chen Jingtang and Chenlan, who had ordinary aptitude, made breakthroughs under Chunzong's pointers and resources. Their cultivation reached a higher realm, and their lifespans were further extended. In addition, with the authority of Bewildering Light Island, the resources of Bewildering Light Ocean, and the cultivation resources given by Chunzong, as long as they cultivated well, they might be able to make breakthroughs in the long years. Their lifespans could also be extended again. After Chunzong left with Yun Yinxin, Chen Zhongtang and Chenlan stayed on Bewildering Light Island. Occasionally, they would leave Bewildering Light Island to travel and experience the local conditions and customs of various places. They had a certain level of strength, and, with the protection given by Chunzong, they lived a very comfortable and leisurely life. As for Chen Chuyun, her cultivation talent was much better than Chen Zhongtang and Chenlan. She could barely be considered as a genius. With Chunzong's pointers and resources, the increase in her cultivation was much more obvious. In addition, her swordsmanship became more and more unfathomable. She left Bewildering Light Island with her sword and went to various places in Lingwu Holy World. The reputation of Sword Rakshasa also spread from Blue Wave's world to Lingwu Holy World. In the past, Chunzong could only use the Heart Sword Seal to travel between Blue Wave's world and Lingwu Holy World. But now, his cultivation had reached the divine manifestation realm, and he was many times stronger than before. It was naturally not difficult to bring a few people back and forth between the two worlds. It was nothing more than consuming a little more energy. In the void-flying ship, Chunzong continued to guide Yun Yinxin in her swordsmanship while steering the ship. The foundation of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court swordsmanship was the Nine Heavens True Sword. There were 99 kinds of extraordinary mysteries. Although the Nine Heavens Imperial Court stipulated that it could not be taught to outsiders, it did not say that the insights one comprehended from it could not be imparted. Naturally, Chunzong could also impart his insights on swordsmanship to Yun Yinxin. In fact, Chunzong also left some insights of his own. His insights on swordsmanship were in the Mind Heavenly Palace. Other forces could copy from the Mind Heavenly Palace and bring it back to their own sects to nurture those top-notch disciples who were skilled in swordsmanship. Foundation. That was the foundation. And not only the foundation, but also the amazing mysteries of swordsmanship with extraordinary power. This was also the contribution that Chunzong could make to the void where he was born. In the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chunzong had deeply experienced the impact of being born into a higher status. If he had not been outstanding enough, he would have been bullied in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Therefore, if the void where he was born could be further strengthened, the situation might be better when people went to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court in the future. Of course, compared to the First Order Void, there was still a big gap. However, hard work was accumulated. It was passed down for generation to generation and continued to strengthen. Just like building a skyscraper, it had to start from the foundation and could not be completed overnight. Change was done bit by bit. It was the accumulation of hard work from generation to generation. Under Chun Zong's guidance, Yunyinshin's swordsmanship also improved further, especially in terms of the foundation. Her talent in swordsmanship was also superb. With Chun Zong's analysis and enlightenment, she began to improve as soon as she started. Of course, compared to Chun Zong's improvement, it was a far cry. However, there were still decades before the next test. Yunyinshin continued to improve her combat strength and the foundation of her swordsmanship. As long as she could pass the test and enter the ferocious demon wasteland, it would be much easier for her to cultivate the Nine Heavens true sword with a more solid foundation of her swordsmanship. Chun Zong was destined to not be able to stay in the void for too long and would leave soon. Therefore, before he left, of course, he had to arrange everything as much as possible. After all, it was not so easy to come back. After paying his respects to his master and reuniting with his father and other relatives, Chun Zong had two more things to do now. First, his doppelganger Qin Xiu had left the Lingwu holy world earlier than him and entered the void. Until now, there had been no news of him and no one knew where he had gone. However, he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient Shura clan and the inheritance of the Nirvana Swordmaster. There were clues to be found. Chun Zong planned to take Chun Xiu with him to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. After all, Chun Xiu was his doppelganger and his spirit were one. If he wanted to reach a higher peak and become stronger, he naturally had to go to the universe. Second, it was his senior brother Luo Beichuan. Speaking of which, he had not really met his senior brother Luo Beichuan because he had been guarding the northern battlefront. The reputation of the Northern Way Celestial Wolf had shocked many of the barbarian tribes. After completing these two things, Chun Zong would immediately set off and return to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to cultivate. The Void flyboat continued to fly toward the extraterritorial void. That was where the ancient Shura clan was located. Although the cultivation in the void was far inferior to that in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chun Zong would not really give up on cultivation. Cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. No matter how slow your progress was, you had to maintain it. Moreover, the habit of cultivation had long been deeply ingrained into Chun Zong's bones. It had become a habit and even an instinct. Vaguely, there seemed to be a buzzing sound. Outside the void flyboat, in the boundless void, a strong force suddenly gathered. It seemed to be attacking, setting off monstrous waves that made the void flyboat seem like a small boat. It was like a small boat on the sea. In the void flyboat, Yunyinshin was trembling with fear. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. The aura outside the void flyboat was too shocking. It was as if the great Tao in the void was roaring and surging. It made Yunyinshin feel like he was about to be destroyed. Chun Zong also felt it, but he was not suppressed. On the contrary, two sword tattoos appeared one after another between Chun Zong's eyebrows. They were incomparably clear and released an astonishingly sharp aura like the edge of sword. Immediately, the third sword tattoo appeared. Moreover, as it collided with the aura of the great Tao in the void, it became more and more solid. Finally, the fourth sword tattoo appeared. However, it stopped after the initial formation. But this was not the end. In the sky above Chun Zong's head, an illusory figure appeared faintly. It was the illusory figure of Chun Zong's primordial spirit. It was exactly the same as Chun Zong. It was vivid and lifelike. The aura it exuded was incomparably deep and vast. It made Yunyinshin feel extremely shocked. Soon after, a line quietly condensed on the illusory figure. Traces of an illusory aura spread out. That aura seemed to have never changed since ancient times, yet also seemed to change in an instant. Not long after, the divine tattoo, which seemed to be on the verge of changing and unchanging, was condensed to the extreme. However, when it was condensed to the extreme, it still felt unreal and elusive. Immediately after, the second divine tattoo appeared. At the same time, a divine tattoo also appeared on Chunzong's body. It was condensed to the extreme. In this way, everything gradually converged. The chaotic aura of the great Tao in the outside world also gradually quieted down. The storm dissipated. Chunzong. Yunyanxin was very worried. "I'm fine." Chunzong smiled. "It's just that I gained some benefit from my cultivation." "Gained some benefits?" No, it was more than just gain some benefits. The benefits were simply astonishing. It should be known that the cultivation environment in the void was far inferior to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Chunzong had also returned to the void. It was difficult for him to make much progress. However, unexpectedly, there was another opportunity. That was in the comprehension of the great Tao. What he did not expect was that the reunion with his family and the relaxation of letting go of everything had unknowingly coincided with a kind of mysterious realm. It kept accumulating. Until now, it had directly improved his sword principle, heart principle, and world principle. Originally, he had condensed 2 sword principle divine tattoo on his sword principle. Now that he had improved, he had condensed a 4th Tao tattoo. As for his heart principle, he had condensed a complete Tao tattoo and a preliminary 2nd Tao tattoo. As for his world principle, he had condensed a complete Tao tattoo. Condensing a Tao tattoo meant that he had truly entered the threshold of this great Tao. He could also truly unleash its power. It could be said that compared to before, Chunzong's strength had clearly improved again. Gradually time passed. Chunzong and Yunyanxin cultivated and communicated in the void flyboat while rushing to the extraterritorial void. It did not take long before they finally arrived at the edge of the void. If they continued forward, they would reach the boundary of the extraterritorial void. Walking out of the void flyboat and looking ahead, Chunzong and Yunyanxin could vaguely see the existence of a thin film. It was like a boundary that separated the void from the extraterritorial void. With a move, Chunzong and Yunyanxin immediately stepped over the thin film and truly stepped into the extraterritorial void. Chapter 2484. The aura of the extraterritorial void was very chaotic compared to the void. It was like turbid seawater. In this place, one's perception of the void laws was greatly reduced. Yunyanxin was greatly affected, but Chunzong was not. For one, he could still feel the aura of the Great Path here. For another, Chunzong had truly entered the Great Path. He had already condensed the divine pattern of the Great Path, and the power of the Great Path came from the divine pattern. The power of the divine pattern of the Great Path would only disappear in a place where the Great Path was completely isolated. Other than the chaotic aura, the light in the extraterritorial void was even dimmer. Of course, this had no effect on Chunzong. Chunzong carefully sensed and felt Chunxio's aura. As long as they were in a certain range, they could sense each other's presence. Of course, Chunzong was now in the divine manifestation realm. In terms of level, he was equal to the transcendent realm. However, he was stronger than the transcendent realm. At least at the same level of cultivation, the divine manifestation realm was stronger than the transcendent realm. Unfortunately, Chunzong could not sense Chunxio's aura. There were several possibilities. Either Chunxio was not in the extraterritorial void, or he was too far away, or he had entered some place and was isolated from the outside world. Anything was possible. Carrying Yunyanxin, Chunzong quickly moved. This was his first time in the extraterritorial void. He wanted to take a look and broaden his knowledge. The cultivation system of the alien race was different from the cultivation system of the human race. Naturally, the names were different, but there was a corresponding relationship. The human race had 5 levels of the ascendant realm, and the alien race had 5 corresponding levels. The alien race and the human race were not so friendly. Occasionally, the human race would enter the extraterritorial void to train, but it was not so smooth. This was because only a few alien races were not so hostile to the human race. Most of the alien races were hostile to the human race. Before long, Chun Zong and Yun Yinxin were surrounded by a dozen alien races. Human, hand over the spatial ring. The gazes of the dozen or so members of the foreign races were cold as they scanned Chun Zong and Yun Yinxin from head to toe. Yinxin, you can practice with them. Chun Zong ignored them and smiled at Yun Yinxin. Yun Yinxin's cultivation base was at the peak of the Yuanming grade and was only a fine line away from the Great Perfection grade. His swordsmanship was already very brilliant, and his swordsmanship had improved significantly under Luo Yunyan's guidance over the years. Although the improvement was in the foundation of the sword art, the solid foundation of the sword art indirectly led to the improvement of the power of the sword art. Yun Yinxin's regular combat power had reached the peak of the 11-star level and was close to the 12-star level. If she continued to cultivate with her talent, there was a 70% to 80% chance that she would be able to raise her combat power to the 12-star level in the test in a few decades. At that time, with her bloodline power, there was a great chance that she would be able to pass the test. Even if she couldn't pass the test this time, she could still suppress her cultivation base and continue to cultivate. She would definitely pass the test in the next test. Although there were a dozen or so members of the alien races, they weren't very strong. The strongest was only at the second realm. Under Yun Yinxin's sword, they were no match for her at all. They were defeated one after another, and their belongings were naturally reduced to spoils of war. Of course, there were also many extremely strong members of the alien races in the extraterritorial void, such as the fourth realm equivalent of the human Dao Master and the fifth realm equivalent of the human Sovereign Realm. About half a year later, Chun Zong sensed Chun Xiu's aura. It was very weak, but there was a direction to guide him. Let's go. Chun Zong immediately took Yun Yinxin and flew quickly in the direction of the aura. The aura was getting more and more obvious. It didn't take long for Chun Zong to completely sense Chun Xiu's location. A wisp of gray sword light tore through the void at an astonishing speed, and it carried with it an indomitable might. Behind it, there were 3 figures madly pursuing it. Every single one of them emitted an extremely powerful killing intent that surged like the tide, and they dashed about madly without stopping in their pursuit. That gray sword light was none other than Chun Xiu. Chun Xiu suddenly sensed something, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. He immediately adjusted his direction and flew away at a high speed. Chun Xiu, don't struggle in vain. Stop, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. How long can your secret technique last? The aura of the 3 people chasing after him was obviously stronger than Chun Xiu's, especially the aura of their leader, who was much stronger. 2 levels. It was a complete difference of 2 levels. But now, Chun Xiu had unleashed an astonishing speed that exceeded the limit of his original cultivation. He was able to escape under the pursuit of 3 experts whose cultivation was far superior to his. He was relying on a secret method, a tyrannical secret method. However, the secret technique couldn't last long. Once it was over, it would stop, and his speed would decrease. Once the secret technique was over, his speed would decrease to 1/10 of his original speed, and the 3 people behind him would catch up. Moreover, using the secret technique would exhaust his strength. When he faced the 3 people, he wouldn't have the slightest ability to resist. He would be captured alive, and his end would be very miserable. There was no other way. The opponents he had provoked this time were too strong, and his chances of escaping were slim. However, he had just sensed the aura of Chun Xiu's original body, and it was approaching. If Chun Xiu joined forces with Chun Xiu's original body, they might have a chance of escaping because Chun Xiu's original body's aura was stronger than his. Although Chun Xiu's cultivation was only at the perfected Yuan underworld realm, his strength was not something a 12-star expert could compare to because of his own abilities and various opportunities. He had even killed a 3rd realm 1-star expert before, and he wasn't inferior to a 2-star expert. However, of the 3 people chasing after him, 2 were 4-star experts, and 1 was 5-star. If Chun Xiu hadn't been fast enough and used the secret technique to burn his strength, he wouldn't have been able to maintain a distance from them. However, he could only maintain a distance. Once his strength was exhausted and the secret technique ended, the situation would be very disadvantageous for him. Chen Xiu hadn't expected Chen Xiu's original body to appear here. Moreover, Chen Xiu felt that Chen Xiu's original body was very strong, much stronger than him. Perhaps they could escape if they joined forces. Chen Zong also sensed Chen Xiu's predicament and knew about the experts chasing after him. My original body. Chen Xiu smiled when he saw Chen Zong. However, it seemed that he hadn't smiled in a long time, so his smile was cold. Yin Yinxin looked at Chen Zong and then at Chen Xiu in a daze, her heart full of doubts. They looked exactly the same, but their auras were different. Otherwise, she would have mistaken them for each other. Two people, exactly the same? When the three foreign tribesmen saw Chen Zong, their faces were filled with astonishment. Since they look exactly the same, they should be twins. Kill them both and bring the girl back. One of them had an evil look in his eyes, and his aura was extremely evil. However, he didn't know that this sentence had touched his bottom line. Can my original body deal with them? Chen Xiu asked. Rest first. Chen Zong smiled and replied. However, in the eyes of the three people, there was an indescribable coldness that penetrated deep into their bones. It made the three of them tremble from the bottom of their hearts for no reason. Hearing Chen Zong's words, Chen Xiu smiled and retreated to the side. He took out a pill and consumed it to recover his energy. Since his original body said so, it meant that he was confident. Indeed, when he sensed from afar, he felt that his original body was stronger than him. However, now that he was closer, he was sure that his original body was indeed stronger than him. In fact, he was much stronger. However, Chen Xiu couldn't tell how much stronger he was. However, he knew his original body. He wouldn't do things that he wasn't confident in. Since his original body wanted him to rest, it meant that he was confident in dealing with the three people. The three outsiders also understood Chen Zong's intentions. He intended to attack, so they quickly spread out and formed a triangular encirclement, directly encircling Chen Zong and the other two, preventing them from taking the opportunity to escape. Leave it to me, one of the people with 4-star third realm combat power said, with a sinister smile. His eyes flashed coldly, and his murderous aura was as strong as the tide. It surged and surged. It directly spread out and rushed towards Chen Zong from all directions like raging waves crashing onto the shore. The murderous aura was shocking. It filled the air and was extremely terrifying. It was so cold that it seemed to freeze everything around it. Yin Yinxin couldn't help but tremble. Under this terrifying, murderous aura, his entire body seemed to be frozen, and he couldn't move. And this was just the ripples of the murderous aura. It wasn't a direct attack. Then, it was as if a cool breeze blew over, blowing away the dust, dispersing the icy cold killing intent that was attacking him, causing Yun Yin to feel as if he was bathed in a spring breeze. Boom! A palm strike carrying endless murderous aura swept across the air. The huge palm print was like a landslide, and it seemed like it was going to smash Chen Zong into pieces. In the next moment, a sword light suddenly flashed. In that flash, it was extremely sharp. That sharpness seemed to be able to tear apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was invincible and unstoppable. The palm print was not obstructed at all. It continued to blast forward. Immediately, it split into two, like a pastry being cut by a sharp knife. It blasted past both sides of Chen Zong, but it didn't affect Chen Zong at all. That person from another race maintained his posture and stood motionless in the air. However, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. What exactly happened at that moment? He didn't know. Soon after, a faint red mark appeared between his eyebrows and went straight down. One sword split into two. Now it's your turn. Chen Zong's eyes flashed, and he glanced at the other two people from another race. Run! The two people from another race were stunned at first. Then, their expressions changed drastically. Without hesitation, they exploded with their full speed and immediately flew far away. He killed their companion with one sword strike. Such monstrous combat power was extremely shocking. They weren't a match for him, so they immediately escaped. However, could they escape? They couldn't. Shenzong instantly drew his sword. It seemed to be a casual wave, as if he was brushing off the dust on his sleeves. It was also as light as a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. However, two rays of sword light shot out. Although it was launched later, it arrived first. It pierced through the air and killed them directly. Be it 4-star or 5-star, they couldn't block Chunzong's sword. It only took one sword strike to kill. This was Chunzong's strength after breaking through to the divine aspect realm. Chapter 2485. Little Dumpling is finally going to see eldest senior brother. A void airship was flying at an astonishing speed that was not inferior to any Dao Masters. Fast, extremely fast. Then, layers of ripples appeared in the void like water ripples. Immediately after, the void airship entered the ripples and disappeared as if it had sunk into water. Not long after, ripples appeared in the distant void and spread out rapidly. The void airship shuttled out of the ripples like a whale. There were 3 people in the void airship. Chunzong, Yunyanxin, Chunxiu. Yunyanxin was still amazed. Chunxiu was actually Chunzong's doppelganger. Moreover, he had his own consciousness and thoughts and could cultivate and fight on his own. It was very strange and wonderful. Although they were doppelganger with one spirit, Chunzong was Chunzong and Chunxiu was Chunxiu. In particular, they had been separated for many years and had their own adventures and experiences. It was as if the two of them had their own lives. Although they were called the original body and doppelganger, they were more like twins. Now, there was one last thing Chunzong had to do. After that, he would leave the void and go to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court again. The last thing he had to do was go to the northern battlefront to see eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan. This was Chunzong's long-cherished wish, but it had been difficult to fulfill before. This was because eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan was in charge of the northern battlefront in Alostar region and could not leave easily. In addition, he was not strong enough to enter the war zone. Now that he was strong enough to go to the war zone, he naturally wanted to see eldest senior brother. As for Yunyanxin, she had to be sent back to Sacred Ice Palace first. Given her current strength, she was not strong enough to enter the war zone. As for Chunxiu, although his cultivation was at the Yuan Demon Realm, his battle strength could reach the 2-star level of the Divine Power Realm. Of course, this was not enough to enter the war zone, but he was Chunzong's doppelganger and could enter Chunzong's Spirit Sea. Northern Battlefront, Alostar region. A figure burst forth with astonishing speed, directly burrowing into it, continuously moving forward. That figure was Chunzong. Speaking of which, this was Chunzong's 3rd time entering the northern battlefront. The first time was when Chunzong was in the Path Manipulation Realm. He became a 12-star warrior there and killed a royal barbarian warrior. The barbarians ordered him to be killed. The second time was when Chunzong was in the Origin Underworld Realm. He had continuously recovered several mid-sized battle zones and killed many barbarian demons. 2 of them were barbarian demons, causing great losses to the barbarian demons. This was the 3rd time. Although his cultivation base wasn't at the Transcendent Realm, it was at the same level as the Transcendent Realm, the Divine Aspect Realm. Drive straight in. Chunzong did not stop at all. He directly flew through the light battle zone, then the medium battle zone, and stepped into the heavy battle zone for the first time. The aura of the war zone was even more chaotic and shocking. Chunzong already knew which war zone his big brother Luo Beichuan was in. It was war zone number 1, which was the most intense. A human, a lone human. Kill him. When a barbarian demon general saw Chunzong, his voice shook the sky. Good timing. Chunzong smiled coldly. He unsheathed his long sword and instantly slashed through the air. It was just an ordinary sword. In other words, it was just some kind of mystery of the 9-layered true swords. It wasn't a profound martial skill, because these demonic barbarian generals didn't have the qualifications for Chunzong to use a profound martial skill. The sword flashed. It was so fast that several slashes broke through the air in an instant. When the sword disappeared, the sword had already returned to its sheath. Chunzong directly passed through the barbarian demon generals. Death. Under Chunzong's sword, the barbarian demon generals were all killed. Kill, kill, kill. Chunzong killed his way through. Whether it was a 1-star demon barbarian demon general, a 2-star demon barbarian demon general, or a 3-star demon barbarian demon general, or a 4-star demon barbarian demon general, none of them could withstand a casual slash from Chunzong. One must know that previously, when Chunzong unleashed his full combat strength, he could kill a 1-star transcendent martial artist and fight a 2-star transcendent martial artist. After entering the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, even though his cultivation did not increase or break through, his other aspects improved by leaps and bounds. There was a qualitative difference. Before breaking through to the Divine Phase realm, Chunzong was confident that he could kill a 3-star Divinity Realm Warrior if he went all out. He even had the chance to kill a 4-star Divinity Realm Warrior. Once he broke through to the Divine Phase realm, Chunzong's strength increased by an astonishing amount. Comparing before and after, it was probably a 10-fold increase. According to this ratio, it would be easy for him to kill a 4-star Divinity Realm Warrior with a strength that had just entered the Divine Phase realm. He could even kill a 5-star Divinity Realm Warrior. As for whether it would be easy to kill a 6-star Divinity Realm Warrior, Chunzong was not sure. After all, the higher the star level, the stronger the Divinity Realm Warrior. However, if he went all out, Chunzong was still confident that he could kill a 6-star Divinity Realm Warrior. This was just his cultivation that had just entered the Divine Phase realm. It was just the beginning of this realm. Of course, other Divine Phase warriors might not be as strong as Chunzong. Along the way, Chunzong killed his way through one battle zone after another. Of course, Chunzong's purpose was not to kill the barbarian demon barbarians, but to see his eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan. Naturally, he would not stop. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing if he encountered more and stronger barbarian demon generals. Even so, Chunzong still encountered a powerful barbarian demon general. Its aura was extremely shocking, surpassing the 6-star level and reaching the 7-star level. Do you need my power? Moxin asked. Not for the time being, senior, Chunzong replied. The 7-star barbarian demon general's aura made Chunzong feel greatly threatened, but at the same time, Chunzong also felt an indescribable excitement. He had finally met a strong enough opponent. Perhaps he could fight to his heart's content. When the barbarian demon general attacked, he directly used his full strength, wanting to kill Chunzong. Chunzong did not dodge. He activated his primordial spirit Dharma idol and instantly appeared behind Chunzong. It was 3 meters tall, and its aura was extremely mysterious and powerful. It unsheathed its sword, and sword light instantly shot out. The primordial spirit Dharma idol also unsheathed its sword and slashed out. Wind slash. The power of this sword was extremely shocking. Inside Chunzong's spirit sea, Chunxiu and Moxin were both shocked by Chunzong's sword. Chunxiu had only seen Chunzong after a long time. This was the first time he had seen a profound martial art. Although the demon heart had been following Chunzong, it was a pity that the moment they entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, the demon heart fell into a deep slumber uncontrollably, unable to sense anything in the outside world. Similarly, Moxin also fell into a deep sleep, unable to perceive anything in the outside world. As for now, both Moxin and Moxin had awakened, but unfortunately, they were still suppressed, unable to move or even make a sound. From Moxin's point of view, the mystery of Chunzong's sword was simply indescribable. It was at a very high level. The barbarian demon general's attack was immediately cut apart. The sword light was like a gust of strong wind, and its power was extremely shocking. His expression changed greatly, and he attacked again. The next sword, Wind Extreme. Fast. Extremely fast. Unbelievably fast. The barbarian demon general attacked crazily and fiercely, but he could not do anything to Chunzong. However, Chunzong could not do anything to his opponent for the time being. Since that's the case, I'll show more of my strength, Chunzong thought to himself. In the next breath, sword marks appeared between his eyebrows. 3 sword marks. Wind mark. The power of the profound martial art increased greatly with the support of the sword marks. He could not block it. The barbarian demon general with 7-star fighting strength could not block this sword and was killed directly. After killing the barbarian demon general, Chun Zong withdrew his primordial spirit dharma power. In the divine image realm, one's strength was reflected in the divine image. The divine image of chi refining was also called the primordial spirit dharma power. Different people's primordial spirit dharma power were not necessarily the same. Chun Zong's primordial spirit dharma power was in the form of a human, with the same figure and appearance as himself, but larger in size, like an enlarged version of himself. If he did not display his primordial spirit, his strength would only be a small part, and he would not be able to fully display it. It could be said that if a divine image realm cultivator wanted to use his full strength, he would have to activate his primordial spirit. After traveling all the way, Chun Zong finally arrived at the number 1 heavy combat zone and saw his senior brother, Luo Beichuan. He had long hair and wore a dark green sky wolf armor. He was handsome, but more than that, he had an indescribable temperament. That temperament seemed to be in control of the life and death of countless people. He was in a high position, like a great general who had won 100 battles. His sharpness was restrained, but it was condensed in his eyes. Just one look at him would bring a strong pressure to people. At his waist, a long saber was slung diagonally, and it was integrated with the armor on his body. His chi was smooth and flawless. At first glance, Chun Zong knew that even if he used all his strength, he would not be a match for him. He would not even be able to block a single strike. Senior brother, Chun Zong called out directly. Junior brother, I finally get to meet you. Luo Beichuan showed a smile. They had known each other for a long time, but this was the first time they had truly met. However, before this, Chun Zong had been taken care of by Luo Beichuan. Although this was the first time they had met, they did not feel unfamiliar at all. On the contrary, they were like brothers. Luo Beichuan immediately held a welcoming dinner for Chun Zong, and Chun Zong also stayed here for the time being. Chun Zong also had a purpose for staying here, and that was to find some demon barbarian generals to fight and hone himself. A battle of life and death without holding back. What could be better than this to hone one's skills? In addition, he wanted to interact more with senior brother Luo Beichuan and see if he could repay him. After all, he did not know when the next time he would return would be. After interacting with senior brother Luo Beichuan, Chun Zong was amazed. Luo Beichuan was knowledgeable and had amazing insights on the Saber Dao. This made Chun Zong feel that it was a pity that senior brother Luo Beichuan's cultivation was not at the Yuan Ming realm. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to enter the 9 Heavens Imperial Court to cultivate and would definitely not be inferior to the War Demon. Although Chun Zong could not divulge a lot of information about the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, nor could he impart the 9 Heavens True Sword, the various insights he had gained from it were not restricted. Therefore, Chun Zong told Luo Beichuan everything, hoping that it would inspire him. Luo Beichuan had indeed gained a lot. There were similarities between the saber and the sword. Luo Beichuan's saber Dao foundation had become more solid, and his combat strength had actually increased a little from the extreme level. Chapter 2486. Thank you, junior brother. Luo Beichuan saluted Chun Zong with his hands folded and watched Chun Zong leave. 1 month. Chun Zong had stayed in the number 1 war zone for a month. It was not a long time, but he had experienced more than a dozen life-and-death battles and killed more than 100 barbarian generals. These dozen life-and-death battles allowed Chun Zong to show his real strength and consolidate it. 8-star. Chun Zong could fight an 8-star barbarian general head-on if he tried his best. He could even gain the upper hand and eventually exhaust them to death. Thinking about it, this kind of combat strength was terrifying. If he did not get the opportunity to go to the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, Chun Zong estimated that his combat strength would reach the 4-star level after breaking through to the Divine Realm. At most, It would be incredible if he could reach the 5-star level. But now, he had reached the 8-star level. This kind of improvement was too amazing. It also directly reflected the gap between the divine realm and the divine manifestation realm. During this month, Chunzong shared his experience of practicing the ninefold true sword with Luo Beichuan, which greatly inspired him. Initially, Luo Beichuan had already reached the pinnacle of the transcendent plane and was unable to advance any further. However, he had strengthened a little and found an opportunity to break through. Once he broke through, he would reach the Tao Master level. The Divine Realm and the Tao Master level were two different levels. It was like the gap between heaven and earth. Since ancient times, there had been countless talented people who had been stuck at the limits of the transcendent realm, unable to break through for many years. Luo Beichuan had also been stuck for a long time. This was also because his foundation was too strong, and he had not found the opportunity to break through. With Luo Beichuan's talent and potential, once he broke through to the Tao Master level, his combat strength would be stronger than that of a 1-star Tao Master. He would have the combat strength of a 2-star Tao Master. Then, as long as Luo Beichuan cultivated in seclusion for a while and turned the potential stimulated by the breakthrough into strength, his combat strength would be further improved. It would not be a problem for him to reach the 3-star level. There was even a little hope for him to reach the 4-star level. After leaving the northern battlefront, Chunzong first returned to the Heavenly Will Palace to bid farewell to his master and senior sisters. Then, he used the Grand Universal Shift formation to head to the Ice Saint Palace to see Yunyinxin, which was also to bid farewell to Yunyinxin. "I'll wait for you at the Nine Heavens Imperial Court," Chunzong said to Yunyinxin. "Okay." Yunyinxin nodded. This was a promise. When Chunzong was about to leave, Chunxiu was unwilling to go. "I want to go with my own strength," Chunxiu said directly, his tone firm. Speaking of which, although Chunxiu was Chunzong's doppelganger, he was also an independent individual. He had an independent and complete divine soul and thoughts. He could cultivate and improve himself, and he had his own personality, preferences, and so on. Chunzong had entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court based on his own abilities and had even achieved good results. What about Chunxiu? Of course, he wouldn't be willing to be brought into the Nine Heavens Imperial Court by Chunzong. He wanted to rely on his own abilities. From a very long time ago, it was like a competition between the original body and the doppelganger. One would surpass the other, and the other would surpass the other. Chunzong naturally wouldn't object to Chunxiu's decision. Instead, he respected the other party's choice because that was also respecting himself. Putting himself in Chunzong's shoes, if Chunxiu had entered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court first and wanted to bring him in, Chunzong wouldn't have agreed either. With his own abilities, if he could do it, why not rely on his own abilities? In that case, I'll look forward to your performance, Chunzong said with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll definitely surpass you," Chunxiu replied. He was well aware of Chunzong's performance in the ominous demon wasteland. He had achieved amazing results in the end, so he had to surpass him. Originally, Chunxiu had planned to break through to the transcendent realm. Now, he could only suppress his cultivation realm and work hard to improve in other aspects. Fortunately, with Chunzong's original body's divine soul and memory sharing, Chunxiu also benefited a lot. He had a clearer direction for his future cultivation. In this way, coupled with his own talent and foundation, he might be able to achieve better results in the ominous demon wasteland. Similarly, with Chunzong and Chunxiu sharing part of Chunzong's divine soul and memory, Chunzong also benefited from Chunxiu's cultivation experience over the years, especially his experience in swordsmanship. Chunxiu's main attack was slashing. There were thousands of mysteries in swordsmanship, but only one slash was needed. That slash cut through heaven and earth, split yin and yang, and was invincible. Countless strong enemies died under Chunxiu's slash. It could be said that Chunxiu only cultivated one slash, but he had improved it to an amazing level, which amazed Chunzong. From this, Chunzong's gains were not small. Zong once again arrived at the million-meter-long sea of light. Under the gazes of countless people, he directly stepped into the 10,000-meter-long crack in the center. In the next breath, he stepped into it. With a flash of light, it was as if the sea was rolling in reverse. Zong's figure also disappeared. Following the passage opened up by the crack, Zong once again left the void where he came from and headed to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. This time, he had to cultivate well and improve himself. He didn't know when he would return next time. However, the stronger one's strength and the higher one's status, the more attention they would receive. It would naturally be easier to apply for a return. Not long after, Zong stepped into the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, returned to the Sixth Heaven, and returned to the Heart Sword Peak. After that, Zong summoned Jiao Yi and asked about various things after he left. Although he hadn't been delayed, 5 years had passed since then. He didn't know what happened in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court during these 5 years. As the head attendant of the Heart Sword Peak, Jiao Yi had to manage everything on the Heart Sword Peak. Of course, she also had to pay attention to some changes in information so that she wouldn't be unqualified if she didn't know anything when the Peak Lord asked. In terms of cultivation, Jiao Yi was relatively ordinary, but in other aspects she was quite outstanding. Therefore, she told him everything she knew that happened during these 5 years. Of course, with Zong's current level, he was actually nothing in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. He was just a heaven-level disciple. There were too many people who were stronger than Zong. Not to mention the 4th and 5th realms. Even among the 3rd realms, there were many who were stronger than Zong. Nine Heavens General Ranking. A gleam flashed across Zong's eyes. There were some ranking lists in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The lowest ranking was the Nine Heavens General Ranking, which corresponded to the 3rd realms. In other words, only 3rd realms were qualified to be listed in the Nine Heavens General Ranking. However, not all 3rd realms were qualified because there was a quota limit. 9999. There were only 999 places on the Nine Heavens General Ranking. Those who could be listed were the strongest 3rd realms in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The higher the ranking, the stronger they were. How many 3rd realms were there in the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court? After countless years, there were more than 10,000 of them now, even more than the number of 2nd realms. After all, it wasn't difficult to break through from the 2nd realm to the 3rd realm. However, breaking through from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm was more than 10 times more difficult. It was precisely because of this that there were more than 10,000 divine image realm disciples in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Among them, some had died due to various reasons. Otherwise, there would be more. Among the 10,000 divine image realm disciples, only 999 people could be listed in the ranking list. They were the cream of the crop, and every one of them was a true expert and elite. It could be said that the 999 people listed in the Nine Heavens General Ranking were the best among the 3rd realms. Every one of them was extremely powerful. This was nothing. It was very normal. What really surprised Zong was Qi 3 months ago. Qi challenged the Heavens General Ranking and defeated his opponent, replacing his opponent's ranking and successfully ranked 960th. Zong's eyes gleamed. Terrifying. Qi was really a terrifying monster. He probably broke through to the 3rd realm at about the same time as he did. Zong guessed. After all, they were both fighting for the heavenly spirit fruit in the Chongling mystic realm, and Qi hadn't broken through yet. His breakthrough could only have happened later. In that case, in a short few years after Zong left the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and returned to the Void, Qi's strength had improved tremendously and reached a shocking level. Together with his Yuanwang body, his strength was even more shocking, and he was qualified to be listed in the Heavens General Ranking. This time, among the people that Zong knew, only Qi was listed in the Heavens General Ranking. The others, such as Cold Lamp Star, had also broken through to the Divine Image Realm. However, they weren't qualified to be listed in the Heavens General Ranking because their strength hadn't reached that level yet. After all, every one of the 999 people on the Heavens General Ranking was very powerful. and most of them were from the origin race. The origin race weren't weak by nature. Next, I should cultivate properly and do my best to improve my strength until it reaches the limit. Only then will I challenge them, Chunzong thought to himself. However, before that, he had to ask Green Nightmare whether the heavenly spirit pill was refined. If it was, it would be very beneficial to his cultivation. Without any hesitation, Chunzong immediately sent a message to Qin Yan. Before long, he received a reply from Qin Yan. Very soon, Qin Yan personally delivered the heaven spirit pill. 8 pills. There were a total of 8 heavenly spirit pills. Back then, he'd obtained 9 heavenly spirit fruits. One was used as the price to ask someone to refine the heavenly spirit pill. 8 heavenly spirit fruits were refined into 16 heavenly spirit pills. Green Nightmare had obtained 8 pills, and the remaining 8 went to Chunzong. With his extraordinary senses, Chunzong felt that Green Nightmare's body contained a terrifying power that gave him immense pressure. In other words, the Green Nightmare was stronger than him, and by a lot. Chunzong had a feeling that the current him was probably no match for Green Nightmare at all. How could the difference be so great? Before his breakthrough, Chunzong was confident that he wouldn't lose to Green Nightmare in the fight for the heavenly spirit fruit. He might even be able to suppress Green Nightmare, and perhaps even defeat him. Now, Green Nightmare's strength had improved tremendously in just a few years after his breakthrough. Was it because he hadn't cultivated in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court in the past few years? No, Chunzong felt that this wasn't the main reason. After all, even if he'd returned to the Void, he'd also improved significantly and his strength had increased significantly. The main reason was the talent of the origin race. Chapter 2487. Each of the 8 heavenly spirit pills contained a vast amount of energy. The energy was also very pure, far better than the 9 Heavens Energy Refining Pill. Of course, the 9 Heavens Energy Refining Pill was suitable for the Spirit Condensation realm, but its effect on the Divine Aspect realm was much weaker. The Heavenly Spirit Treasure Tree took 300 years to bloom, 300 years to bear fruit, and 300 years to mature. Once it matured, it would absorb all the vitality around it, even the Heavenly Spirit Treasure Tree's vitality. After that, it would take 100 years to recover. Therefore, the cycle of the Heavenly Spirit fruit wasn't 900 years, but 1,000 years. Therefore, the energy contained in the Heavenly Spirit fruit that had been nurtured for 1,000 years was naturally extremely vast. After being refined into a Heavenly Spirit pill, not only would it not decrease, it would instead strengthen, condense, and become pure. The effect of refining and absorbing it after consumption would be even more shocking. The 3 supreme techniques of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court all had 5 levels, corresponding to the 2nd to 6th levels. The 6th level was the realm that surpassed the 5th level. In other words, it was beyond the sovereign level. The Divine Aspect realm could only cultivate the 2nd level. Thus, in terms of the power of cultivation arts, there was actually nothing to compare. For example, in the Divine Aspect realm, if one cultivated their cultivation arts to the extreme, they would reach the 2nd layer of perfection. If there were no exceptions, the power of cultivation arts would be the same. The difference in strength would not be based on this. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, a suitable spirit body would raise the power of a small realm. A suitable king body would raise the power of 2 small realms. That kind of leap was shocking. Chunzong's physique was only a mortal physique in the universe. It couldn't be enhanced at all. Therefore, in terms of technique power, he couldn't be ahead of others. Therefore, he could only start from other aspects. Of course, this didn't mean that Chunzong would give up on the power of the technique. In a composition of strength, the power of the technique was also important. Cultivate. After obtaining the 8 heavenly spirit pills, Chunzong began to cultivate in seclusion. Like the spirit condensation realm, the divine aspect realm was also divided into 4 levels: low, middle, high, and peak. Now, Chunzong's cultivation was at the low level. The second level of the nine heavens energy refining technique, the fierce gale technique, was at the beginner level. Even after returning to the void for a few years, Chunzong had taken nine heavens energy refining pills to cultivate, but the effect wasn't obvious. But now, Chunzong wanted to use the heavenly spirit pills to improve his cultivation. After taking one pill, Chun Gale Technique, Chunzong's refining Gale Technique. Pure and boundless energy surged endlessly in his body like a raging sea. Chunzong constantly refined and absorbed it, causing his cultivation base to rise as well as the realm of his cultivation secret art. 1, 2, 3, 4. Breakthrough a breakthrough. Chunzong's cultivation had broken through from the low level of the divine aspect realm to the middle level of the divine aspect realm. After refining the fifth heavenly spirit pill, the second level of the nine heavens energy refining technique, the fierce gale technique, also broke through as he wished. After refining all 8 heavenly spirit pills, Chunzong's cultivation rose to the middle level of the divine aspect realm, close to the high level. If he had 2 more heavenly spirit pills, he could definitely break through to the high level of the divine aspect realm. The second level of the nine heavens energy refining technique, the fierce gale technique, also reached the small level. The improvement of cultivation and the breakthrough of the technique made Chunzong's strength even more powerful. My improvement is so obvious after taking 8 heavenly spirit pills. Then, I got a lot of heavenly spirit fruits back then, at least a dozen heavenly spirit pills. My cultivation will break through to the high level of the divine aspect realm without any pressure. Chunzong thought to himself. In addition, with his innate Yuan King body, the cultivation efficiency of the suitable technique would be higher, and the speed of improvement would be faster. In other words, the second level of the nine heavens 10,000 condensation technique was at least at the large level. In addition, because of the innate Yuan King body, the technique's power could be increased by 2 small levels. So, in other words, the level of the technique's power exceeded the second level, and was between the second and third level. This was just Chunzong's initial estimation. Maybe it would be even stronger. In addition to the improvement in other aspects, etc., it was reasonable to have the strength to be listed on the Heavenly General Ranking. Heavenly General Ranking. I wonder how far away I am now. Chunzong thought to himself. No matter how far away, one thing was certain, and that was that he didn't have the strength to be listed on the Heavenly General Ranking. However, he had just entered the divine aspect realm, and it had only been a few years. As for those who were listed on the Heavenly General Ranking, other than that, the others were experts who had stepped into the divine aspect realm for decades, or even centuries. If I can enter the Heavenly General Ranking, I will get more cultivation resources. Chunzong thought to himself, and the light in his eyes flickered endlessly. Originally, he didn't think so much, but because of this, he made more connections just now, and it brought about a kind of invisible pressure which also stimulated his fighting spirit. My cultivation has already been raised to the extreme. It's not easy to continue to raise it in a short period of time. Then now what I can raise is the Great Tao. It's time to go to the alchemy world. The alchemy world was a sacred place to comprehend the Great Tao, and only those who had reached the divine aspect realm were qualified to enter. Chunzong had accumulated 4 months of time to comprehend the alchemy world, and it was time to use it. If he wanted to go to the alchemy world, he had to go through the teleportation of the world gate. The alchemy world was like a dark void, pitch black and boundless. Chunzong appeared in it, and he felt like he couldn't see the sky or the ground. There was no end in all directions, and a feeling of darkness and emptiness pervaded the air. He couldn't feel any aura in here. Then, a sudden change occurred. Bits of light suddenly appeared, like starlight, from weak to dazzling, in just a breath's time. Countless starlight turned into dazzling rays of light, becoming more and more dazzling as they bloomed. Strands of mysterious aura also pervaded the air. That aura was the aura of the great Tao, and it immediately attracted Chunzong's attention. His eyes swept across, and in all directions there was starlight, countless starlight, densely packed starlight, and every bit of starlight pervaded the air of the great Tao. Uncountable, thousands of great Taos. Soon after, countless starlight gathered in the middle, becoming increasingly dazzling. In the end, they flowed and turned into a surging river of starlight. It flowed majestically from afar, emitting a roaring sound. Rumble. It was like the flowing sea, and its aura was endless with all the changes in it. That was the long river of the great Tao. The long river contained thousands of mysteries of the great Tao. Chunzong focused his gaze and saw flames burning fiercely, emitting a towering heat that seemed to be able to incinerate everything in the world. He saw flowing water surging like waves, sometimes like a gurgling stream, sometimes like a surging wave. He saw mountains rising up from the ground, pointing straight at the sky, majestic and vast. A ray of blade light split the sky and earth. An array of sword light pierced through the world. Darkness pervaded the air, swallowing everything, and light blossomed, as if everything was melting. Storms swept, lightning raged, and golden light illuminated the world. A terrifying aura bloomed, and that kind of power was unparalleled, destroying everything and filled with destruction. There was unparalleled power, crushing everything into powder. There was unparalleled speed, and there was no comparison between heaven and earth. The Great Tao. The mysteries of the Great Tao were clearly manifested in the long river, and Chunzong saw it. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Chunzong was suddenly very excited. Even in the sixth heaven of the nine heavens imperial court, where the laws of the universe were denser and the mysteries of the Great Tao were clearer, could not be compared to here, because the mysteries of the Great Tao here were almost condensed into substance. 100 times, compared to the sixth heaven, the aura of the Great Tao here was at least 100 times stronger. It was certain that even the seventh heaven's mysteries of the Great Tao were far from comparable. It would be easier and simpler to comprehend the Great Tao in such a place. It was too obvious and too strong. Time was limited, so Chunzong quickly calmed himself down and began to comprehend. Sword principle, heart principle, world principle. The mysteries of the three Great Tao were contained in the long river of the Great Tao. If it were other people, they would have to choose one of the Great Tao to comprehend until they reached the limit of their current level and could not break through in a short period of time. Then they would choose the second Great Tao to comprehend. Of course, this was on the premise that they had mastered more than one Great Tao. However, Chunzong was different. With the Heart Sutra, Chunzong could comprehend the mysteries of the three Great Tao he had mastered at the same time and improved together. In the Sword Principle, the fourth divine mark was condensing. In the Heart Principle, the second divine mark was beginning to condense. In the World Principle, the first divine mark was completely condensed. Chunzong did not hesitate to activate the 10 intents of heart. He used 3 intents to comprehend the Sword Principle, 3 intents to comprehend the Heart Principle, 3 intents to comprehend the World Principle, and the remaining intents to comprehend the Sword Principle. When the Sword Principle was improved together, one's strength as a whole would increase more obviously and comprehensively. Chunzong's comprehension was superb, and his realm was high enough. In such an environment, coupled with the Heart Sutra, his efficiency was simply shocking. Even if it was, the effect of comprehension here could not be compared to Chunzong's. His true strength lay in his physique. The innate Yuan King physique gave him unparalleled power. Of course, the Great Tao he comprehended was also affected by it. He could comprehend it faster and more deeply, but it was just a side benefit. Chunzong could stay in the refining way world for 4 months. 4 months was actually very short, but Chunzong did not waste any time. He comprehended with all his might at the highest efficiency and shocking speed. Chunzong was improving with every breath. Although the improvement was very small, when stacked up, it was still very shocking. Transformation. It was like a metamorphosis. The fourth divine mark of sword principle was quickly condensed to the extreme, as if it had turned into a substance. It emitted a shocking sharpness. Then, the fifth divine mark of sword principle was condensed. At the same time, the second divine mark of heart principle was condensed to the extreme, and the third divine mark was condensed. However, the speed of the condensation of the heart principle was not as fast as that of the world principle. This was because the mysteries of the heart principle that Xuanzong felt were relatively weak here. However, it was not a problem. It was better than cultivating alone. Improvement, improvement, limitless improvement. When the 4 months of comprehension ended, Xuanzong's comprehension also ended. The improvement effect at the beginning was the best, but the improvement effect continued to weaken. This was not because the effect of comprehension was weakening, but because Xuanzong was becoming stronger. The stronger he was, the harder it was to improve. Chapter 2488. In the 9 heavens imperial court, disciples were divided into 2 levels, heaven and earth. Earth-level disciples were in the spirit condensation realm, while heaven-level disciples were in the divine manifestation realm. Earth-level disciples cultivated again and again, using the resources of the 9 heavens imperial court to continuously improve themselves and become stronger until they broke through. Heaven-level disciples were in the divine manifestation realm, and they were even stronger. Their abilities far exceeded that of earth-level disciples by at least 10 times. At this point, they had the basic qualifications to go out and explore. Although the 9 heavens imperial court was powerful and had a deep foundation, it could not be endlessly cultivated and depleted. Therefore, at the divine manifestation realm, there was a new rule. One had to complete the missions issued by the 9 heavens imperial court. Only by completing the missions could one continue to enjoy the resources of the 9 heavens imperial court. If one could not complete the missions 3 times, one would be removed from the list of heaven-level disciples and reduced to a warden. This was a test to see if one was qualified to continue enjoying the resources of the 9 heavens imperial court. Wardens could only enjoy the basic salary, which could not be compared to heaven-level disciples. One had to contribute more to the 9 heavens imperial court to be qualified to receive more resources. 100 years. Every 100 years, heaven-level disciples had to complete a mission issued by the 9 heavens imperial court. Usually, they could choose 1 out of 3 as long as they completed it within 100 years after becoming a heaven-level disciple. If they did not complete it within the time limit, it would be considered a failure. There were a total of 3 chances. If they used all 3 chances, they could only be removed from the list of heaven-level disciples. Of course, after being removed, there was still a chance to become a disciple again, just that the difficulty was higher. If there were any unexpected situations, such as having to cultivate in seclusion for a long time and being unable to guarantee that they would come out within 100 years, they would have to apply in advance. After that, when they came out of seclusion, they just had to complete the missions. Could they not do any missions? Yes, they could, but they could only be listed on the Heavenly General Roll. Once they were listed on the Heavenly General Roll, it was up to them whether they wanted to complete missions or not, and they would not be restricted in the slightest. Because being listed on the Heavenly General Roll meant powerful abilities, enough for the 9 heavens imperial court to spend resources to groom them well. For months passed in the refinement world. Xuanzong left and returned to Heart Sword Peak. Not long after, a deacon arrived with a mission. There were 3 tasks. Xuanzong was free to choose one of them and complete it. It hadn't even been 10 years since Xuanzong broke through to the divine aspect realm, and there was still quite a bit of time before he reached the 100-year mark. The reason why the mission was sent over so quickly was to let Xuanzong know what to do. After making his choice, he could go whenever he felt like it. The deacon was very polite when he received Xuanzong. After all, although Xuanzong was a human, he was very capable. Very soon, Xuanzong finished his selection and chose one of the missions. After sending off the enforcer, he went into seclusion again. When one's cultivation was in the deity condensation realm, one still had to consume fresh water pills and meat essence pills every day to maintain the consumption of the body. But after reaching the divine aspect realm, this kind of requirement was greatly reduced, at least reduced by more than 10 times. Without a doubt, this greatly prolonged the effects of secluded cultivation. This was because the higher one's cultivation was, the longer the duration of one's seclusion would be. It was best not to interrupt one's seclusion if possible. Once one reached the 4th level, one would no longer need to consume food to maintain the consumption of the body. Eating would become a habit or a pleasure, and not a necessity. After Chun Zong chose his mission, he didn't immediately enter seclusion. Instead, he went to the Tao Alliance's headquarters. The Tao Alliance's headquarters was located in the 6th heaven. Here, within the Tao Alliance's headquarters, Chun Zong saw that the scripture depository was no longer an illusion. The Tao Comprehension Tower was also no longer an illusion. They were both real. In truth, the scripture depository and Tao Comprehension Tower in the 5th heaven were both projections. This was because the scripture depository and Tao Comprehension Tower themselves were treasures. Chun Zong stepped into the scripture depository. Now that Chun Zong had reached the divine aspect realm, his status within the Tao Alliance had risen as well, and he could enter the higher levels of the scripture depository. Choose. In the end, Chun Zong chose a speed-type secret technique called the whirlwind rotation. It was compatible with the annihilation force of the 9 heavens breath that he cultivated. It would be easier for him to comprehend and cultivate, and it would also be easier for him to unleash the power of the technique. After obtaining the whirlwind rotation secret technique, Chun Zong chose a few AO Wu techniques to cultivate as support. Then, he stepped into the Tao Comprehension Tower and began to comprehend them. Sword techniques. AO Wu. During the month he was at the northern battlefront in the Void, Chun Zong successfully upgraded all 4 AO Wu embryonic forms to the real AO Wu. Of course, this was only the most basic AO Wu. Now, he needed to further upgrade it. AO Wu was the combined release of all one's strength. It was also the most direct representation of one's strength. There was still a huge gap between mastering AO Wu and not mastering it. Each of the experts on the Heavenly General Leaderboard had mastered powerful arcane martial arts. The basic martial arts of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, such as the 9 Heavens True Sword, each had 99 types of mysteries. They were the masterpieces summarized by the ancestors of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. The first level of AO Wu had to fuse at least 9 types of mysteries into one. However, it wasn't that simple. It had to be combined with the power of Tao. It could be said that the Sword Tao AO Wu used the power of Tao as the foundation, the concept as the soul, and the mysteries of swordsmanship as the flesh and blood. Finally, it was a superb technique that combined the power of Tao to unleash its power. As for the second level of AO Wu, it had to fuse 18 types of mysteries. The third level of AO Wu had 27 types of mysteries. Of course, in addition to fusing more mysteries, the level of Tao had to be raised. Its concept had to be raised as well. There are 99 types of mysteries. Therefore, correspondingly, there should be 11 levels of AO Wu. However, the higher the level of AO Wu, the harder it was to master. The AO Wu could be created by oneself. It could also be cultivated by the predecessors. After leaving the Tao Comprehension Tower, Chun Zong returned to the Heart Sword Palace. He went into seclusion again to cultivate the secret technique of whirlwind and a few selected Sword Tao AO Wu. Whether it was the secret technique of whirlwind or a few Sword Tao AO Wu, they were all created by the ancestors of the Tao Union. Chun Zong would cultivate them and absorb the essence from them, turning it into his own accumulation. When he created his own secret technique of AO Wu in the future, it would come in handy. Other than cultivating in seclusion, Chun Zong would also head to the Divine Martial Palace to cultivate. The 9 divine palaces were divided into the outer, middle, and inner levels. With Chun Zong's current level, he could enter the middle palace. The middle palace of the Divine Martial Palace also had a sword palace. However, The sword palace of the middle palace of the divine martial palace was different from the sword palace of the outer palace. The sword palace of the outer palace had 99 sword pillars. Each sword pillar contained a type of sword Tao mystery. The sword palace of the middle palace had 9 huge sword pillars. Each sword pillar was 10 times the size of the sword palace of the outer palace. Chunzong began to comprehend. Once he started, Chunzong discovered that the sword pillars contained the mysteries of Ao Wu. To put it simply, there was no Ao Wu in the 9 sword pillars. There was only the mysteries of Ao Wu. For example, the way of alchemy did not contain elixirs. Instead, it contained the experience and knowledge of alchemy. Imparting knowledge to people, it was better to teach people how to fish than to fish. This was the principle. Among the 9 great forces, there were all kinds of Ao Wu that were created by the predecessors or obtained from the outside world. The 9 divine palaces were there to help people comprehend them. The 9 sword pillars in the sword palace of the middle palace of the divine martial palace were different from those in the sword palace of the outer palace, where one could only comprehend them within a month. Instead, many people could comprehend one of the sword pillars at the same time or separately. After comprehending them one by one, Chunzong discovered that the mysteries of Ao Wu contained in the 9 sword pillars were different. They represented 9 different directions. The mysteries of the profound martial arts within the 9 sword pillars were related to the way of the sword. One of them represented power, one represented speed, one represented sharpness, and so on. Of course, what they represented was not the only one. It was not that simple. One of the mysteries was the main one, and other mysteries were integrated into it to make it more powerful. The 9 directions were quite comprehensive. Chunzong was amazed. He now had a clearer understanding of the 9 Heaven Imperial Court's foundation. The 9 Heaven Imperial Court was indeed a great force in the universe. It was unknown how many years had it been accumulated by generations of seniors and experts, benefiting the future generations. Chunzong still had 3 years of cultivation time in the 9 holy palaces, so he used all of it. He directly activated the 10 intents of one heart and started to comprehend the 9 sword pillars. He spent some time on each sword pillar, and with the cooperation of the 10 intents of one heart, the effect of his comprehension was amazing. This kind of comprehension also indirectly led to the improvement of Chunzong's 3 great Taos. When the 3 years were up, Chunzong left the divine martial palace and returned to the heart sword palace again. He had to cultivate in seclusion. He felt as if a switch had been turned on in him. His potential was constantly surging. As long as he cultivated, he felt that he was improving at every moment. It was as if there was no end to it. Chunzong was almost addicted to it and could not extricate himself. It was a feeling that he could not stop at all. It was too wonderful, too carefree. If it was possible, Chunzong really wanted to continue improving like this forever. However, that was impossible. Chunzong knew this very well. As he continued to cultivate in seclusion, he gradually approached a bottleneck. One day, Chunzong felt that he had reached his limit. He had reached the limit that he could reach at this stage. That limit was not something that could be broken through by cultivating in seclusion. He came out of seclusion. When Chunzong came out of seclusion, it was exactly the 35th year since he had broken through to the divine manifestation realm. In other words, after returning from the void, Chunzong had cultivated for a total of 30 years. 30 years! Chunzong stared into the distance. His gaze was deep and distant. In these 30 years, although my cultivation did not break through, my strength has been improving continuously. What level has my strength reached now? Without fighting, Chunzong did not have a clear idea of the level of his strength. However, compared to 30 years ago, my strength is more than 10 times stronger. Since I have reached a bottleneck, it's time to go and complete the mission, Chunzong said to himself. After completing the mission, he would have more than 100 years to improve himself. He would not have to worry about the mission anymore. Moreover, the mission that he had chosen would allow him to test his strength. Even if he did not complete the mission immediately, as long as he did not give up and change the mission or exceed the time limit, it would not be considered a failure. Of course, Chunzong did not think too much about giving up or failing the mission. He felt that he could complete the mission. It was a kind of confidence that came from the soul and the heart. Chapter 2489. The universe was vast and boundless. No one knew how big it was or how far it was. There were countless continents, stars, worlds, mystic realms, and so on. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was only on one of the continents. The continent where the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was located was called Heaven Continent. Heaven Continent was a collective name. It was formed by a central continent and many broken continents. Those broken continents were like islands. For example, the continents where the 5 mystic realms under the direct management of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court were located were one of the many broken islands. The mission that Chun Zong-san chose was to kill a demonic dragon that was causing trouble. It was located on one of the islands. With the help of the Realm Gate of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Chun Zong directly appeared on that island. This island was called Demonic Dragon Island. The Demonic Dragon clan lived on the island. Why did this mission require him to kill one of the demonic dragons? Because that demonic dragon had left Demonic Dragon Island and entered other islands. It massacred and devoured the originals, causing shocking casualties. After that, it escaped very cleverly and evaded the pursuit, returning to Demonic Dragon Island. The Demonic Dragon clan on Demonic Dragon Island was not a weak demonic beast clan. There were even powerful demonic dragons of the 4th and 5th realms, as well as many 3rd realms. Of course, if the experts of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court were to attack, it would not be a problem to kill the entire demonic dragon clan, let alone the escaping demonic dragon. However, the experts of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court did not do so. Instead, they marked that demonic dragon and had an agreement with the demonic dragon clan. The marked demonic dragon would be the mission of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The level of the marked demonic dragon would be the level of the mission, and the person who accepted the mission would be of the same level. This level referred to the major realms, such as the divine aspect realm. It did not matter if it was a low-level or peak-level divine aspect realm cultivator. As long as the demonic dragon was marked and assigned a mission, even if the demonic dragon above the level knew about it, they could not interfere. Once they did, the experts of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court would also attack and cause great losses to the Demonic Dragon clan. Although the Demonic Dragon clan was not weak, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was stronger. It was the overlord of Heaven Continent, the only overlord. For this mission, killing the marked demonic dragon shouldn't be too difficult. The difficult part was that there might be other demonic dragons interfering, hindering him, or even chasing after him. Although there was an agreement that demonic dragons who were beyond the target of the mission could not use their own power to interfere, other demonic dragons who were at the same level as the mission were not restricted. In other words, Chun Zong's mission target was a 3rd realm demonic dragon. If he wanted to kill that demonic dragon, there was a high chance that he would be obstructed or surrounded by even more 3rd realm demonic dragons. However, Chun Zong was not afraid. It was impossible for the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to issue a sure death mission. Whether or not one could complete, it would depend on one's own capabilities and how one went about it. Sometimes it was not because the target was too strong, but because other factors interfered. Back then, when Chun Zong had chosen this mission, the deacon had told him that someone had already accepted this mission and failed it. This was a total of 2 times. After accepting the mission, Chun Zong received a guide that allowed him to sense the location and aura of the target dragon. Then he could find it and kill it. Following the guide, Chun Zong moved quickly on Demonic Dragon Island and approached his target. Before long, Chun Zong found his target demonic dragon in a pool. The demonic dragon clan had huge bodies and thick legs. However, their forelimbs were relatively short and slender. They had wings on their backs and long necks. Their bodies were covered in greenish-black scales. Their eyes were fierce, and their aura was extremely ferocious. This demonic dragon was playing with 2 female dragons in the pool. Its eyes widened at Chun Zong's appearance. An origin tribesman? No, you don't have silver hair and double pupils. You're not an origin tribesman. Then what race are you? Demonic dragons were intelligent life forms. Although they were not in human form, they could still speak human language. What they spoke was the common language. Human, Chunzong replied unhurriedly. Human, let me think. I think I've heard of it before. That demonic dragon was surrounded by a ferocious aura. It was not afraid at all. Its tail teased the two female dragons while it stared at Chunzong with fierce eyes, as if it wanted to see through Chunzong. I remember now. You're a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, right? You're from a weak race that came for the void. Looking at you, you're here to complete the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's mission to kill me. This demonic dragon naturally knew what it had done and that it had been marked. Of course, it did not become a target. However, even the demonic dragon king of its race could not remove the mark on its body. What should it do then? Xiao Chun could only passively accept it and properly enjoy it. It was impossible for him to leave Fiendish Dragon Island and go to other islands to hunt and eat. He could only stay on Fiendish Dragon Island and play some passionate games with the little female dragons. Actually, in the beginning, this demonic dragon was terrified when it fled back to Demonic Dragon Island after committing a crime and was marked by the experts of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. However, the first disciple who came to carry out the mission failed. He was directly injured by it and fled in a panic. He never came back again, as if he had given up on the mission. After some time, another disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court came to carry out the mission. In the end, he was eaten by it. Since then, the demonic dragon was no longer afraid. Now, the third disciple had come, and it was a human. The demonic dragon was even less worried. What does a human taste like? I haven't tasted it yet. You can give me a taste. The demonic dragon laughed. Is that so? Then let's see if you have such good teeth. Chunzong smiled slightly, but he did not have any intention of looking down on the other party. This was because the demonic dragon's aura was extremely terrifying and ferocious. The threat it brought to him was very obvious. However, since he was here, he had to give it a try no matter what. Even if he could not defeat it, he would know how strong the other party was. Without hesitation, Chunzong immediately unsheathed his sword and slashed it through the air. This slash was not Ao Wu. It was just a swordsmanship, but it burst forth with extremely shocking power. With Chunzong's current cultivation and realm, the power of a casual slash was far greater than when he was in the spirit condensation realm. Child's play. The demonic dragon sneered and suddenly swung its tail. It broke through the air like lightning, but also like a long spear. Its power was extremely shocking. The sword light was shattered in an instant. The tail slashed through the air with extremely shocking power, as if it was going to penetrate Chunzong's body. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong's body was directly penetrated. However, that was just an afterimage. Chunzong had already dodged it. He appeared beside the demonic dragon and slashed with his sword again. This slash was even more powerful. However, the demonic dragon's reaction speed was extremely fast. As it turned around, its seemingly short and slender forelimbs instantly extended and grabbed at the air. It tore the void apart, leaving behind streaks of scars. At the same time, its tail suddenly turned. It was as nimble as a whip as it tore through the air and attacked from both sides. Chunzong's expression was solemn. He was completely locked on and could not avoid it. Divine wind slash, he shouted in a low voice. A strong wind blew in an instant and merged into the sword. It slashed through the air. The green sword light was dazzling and had an extremely domineering and fierce aura. As soon as it appeared, it seemed that nothing in the world could block its slash. This slash was created by Chunzong with the sword principle as the core and the wind slash as the prototype. He had continuously comprehended and merged more mysteries of swordsmanship. He had also analyzed and merged the mysteries of the sword principle Ao Wu that he had selected from the Taoist Alliance. This slash was a third-level Ao Wu. A second-level Ao Wu was twice as powerful as a first-level Ao Wu. A third-level Ao Wu was twice as powerful as a second-level Ao Wu. This slash immediately made the demonic dragon feel extremely threatened. It was sure that its scales could not withstand this slash. Once it was hit, it would most likely be torn apart and injured. However, the demonic dragon's body was very big. It could not dodge in time. It could only circulate its strength and condense it on its scales to resist this slash. At the same time, its tail exploded with an even faster speed. The extremely domineering green sword light slashed down and directly slashed the demonic dragon's scales. A series of sparks flew out from the collision. However, the scales were also split open. A crack appeared and dark red blood seeped out. The tail arrived and pierced through Chunzong again. However, Chunzong dodged it at an astonishing speed. The demonic dragon's attack missed. It suddenly flapped its wings and immediately soared into the sky. When it was 100 meters above the ground, it opened its mouth and suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark green flames that had a strong, sour smell. The flames were extremely sour and seemed to contain an astonishingly strong poison. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding vegetation quickly withered. Chunzong's expression changed involuntarily. His primordial soul dharma power was instantly stimulated and his strength increased greatly. The sword light flashed and immediately stirred up a violent gust of wind. The wind was like a whirlwind that circled the surroundings. It directly blocked the dark green flames that were spraying down from the sky like a waterfall. The wind swept and roared endlessly. However, it was continuously burned by the dark green flames. However, it still managed to block the dark green flames for a moment, giving Chunzong a chance to escape. The sword light pierced through the air, and with extreme power, it instantly reached the demonic dragon. The extremity of wind. The sword pierced through the air at an astonishingly fast speed. In the sword palace of the central hall of the Divine Martial Hall, Chunzong's 3 years of enlightenment had been very impressive. His AO Wu had been constantly improving and had reached the 3rd level. This sword was even faster. It was like a green light that carried an unparalleled sharpness. It pierced through the sky and pierced through the demonic dragon's scales, injuring it once again. The 3rd sword. The sound of the sword rang out. It was like a gentle breeze singing. It slowly spread out and filled the surroundings. It was like a gentle breeze singing and seemed to be whispering something into the demonic dragon's ears. When the sound reached the demonic dragon's ears, it was like a sudden explosion of needles that fiercely pierced the divine will. The demonic dragon only felt an indescribable stabbing pain in its head. It was as if a sharp sword had pierced into the divine will and ruthlessly tore it apart. The moment of intense pain caused the demonic dragon to scream uncontrollably. Whistling of the wind. Although the AO Wu that attacked with the divine will was at the 3rd level like the other AO Wu, its power was extremely terrifying. For opponents whose divine will was not strong enough, the power of this sword was not inferior to that of a 4th level AO Wu. Under the attack of the divine will, the demonic dragon was in excruciating pain and was momentarily dazed. Mark of wind. The sword slashed out, cutting through the void with unparalleled sharpness. Chapter 2490. Its huge body slowly toppled over, and a large amount of dark red blood gushed out crazily like spring water, dyeing the pool dark red. The 2 little female dragons were so scared that they didn't dare to move, afraid that they would also be killed. However, Chunzong didn't attack them because they weren't the target of the mission. According to the agreement between the Monster Dragon Tribe and the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, the people carrying out the mission were not allowed to kill the members of the Monster Dragon Tribe. Of course, if the Monster Dragon Tribe attacked first, they were allowed to retaliate. After killing the target, everything was recorded by the 9 Heavens Rings. Chunzong immediately sheathed his sword and tried to escape at top speed. "How dare you try to escape after killing me?" A loud roar suddenly sounded, filled with anger and killing intent. It was the other monster dragons from the Monster Dragon Tribe. Their terrifying killing intent locked onto Chunzong from afar. 1 dragon, 2 dragons, 3 dragons. Third realm monster dragons kept appearing and chasing after him. Shenzong ignored them and focused on escaping. The mission was completed, and it was time to go back and turn in the mission and cultivate. However, a group of third realm monster dragons also appeared in front of him. One of the monster dragons emitted an aura that made Shenzong tremble slightly. More than 20 third realm monster dragons chased after him from all directions. The pressure was like a storm, and they attacked crazily as if they wanted to tear Shenzong apart. Shenzong's expression was serious, but there was also a hint of excitement. He unsheathed his sword again. It vibrated faintly, and a soft sword hum sounded, as if it was also expressing Shenzong's excitement. Get out of the way. Otherwise, the monster dragon tribe will only suffer more casualties, Shenzong said softly, his voice full of killing intent. You dare to leave after killing a dragon from our tribe? Even if we kill you here, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court won't be in the right, a third realm monster dragon said angrily. Immediately, the demon dragons attacked one after another. They opened their mouths and spat out dark green flames. The flames were filled with poison and were extremely frightening. If a second realm cultivator was caught in the flames, they would be reduced to ashes immediately. Even if they were not caught in the flames, they would be poisoned to death just by smelling the scent. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this dark green poisonous flame was. Shenzong's expression was extremely solemn. If he was affected, he would not feel good either. That demonic dragon, just now, didn't force me to use my full strength. Now, I have to fight with all my strength, Shenzong thought to himself. He immediately exerted his full strength, and his primordial spirit appeared behind him. Previously, before he had returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Shenzong's primordial spirit Dharma power was only 10 feet in size. After 30 years of cultivation, his strength had increased continuously, and his primordial spirit Dharma power had also increased in size to 30 feet. Under normal circumstances, the Divine Image Realm's Divine Image was 90 feet in size. The strength of a Divine Image Realm cultivator was determined by many factors, such as the cultivation realm, the level of martial arts techniques, the comprehension of the Great Tao, the power of Ao Wu, and so on. In the end, it was the Divine Image that was displayed. Only by activating the Divine Image could one completely unleash all their power. After releasing the primordial spirit Dharma power, the power of the Great Tao of the heart and the power of the Sword Tao superimposed, causing Shenzong's strength to increase. However, this was not Shenzong's true full strength. What came next was, sounds like steel bars cracking continuously rang out. Shenzong's body also began to expand. The robe that the Nine Heavens armor had transformed into seemed to have incredible tenacity and actually began to stretch along with it. In a short span of time, Shenzong's body directly changed from a height of less than 2 meters to a size of 30 feet. A giant. Divine Image. In the Divine Image realm of Qi cultivation, one's primordial spirit had turned into a Dharma power, which was called a Divine Image. In the Divine Image realm of body cultivation, one's own primordial spirit and Great Tao power, as well as the part of the primordial spirit that belonged to body cultivation, were completely shattered and completely integrated into one's body. The power of the Wei domain was also completely integrated into one's body. All the power returned to one's body and spirit. In this way, the Divine Image realm of body cultivation was created. It seemed similar to the way of body cultivation in the void, but there were also the most fundamental differences. In the way of body cultivation in the void, the spiritual soul was a weak point. Because of the lack of defense, once targeted, the consequences would be very serious. However, in the way of body cultivation in the universe, the spiritual soul would be completely integrated into one's body along with the primordial spirit and all the other powers. As a result, the defensive power of the spiritual soul would not be inferior to that of Qi cultivation, and it would not become an obvious weakness. Shenzong's body was now 3 feet tall. and his primordial spirit Dharma power was also 3 feet tall. It floated behind Chunzong and was a head taller than his body. It looked like a double shadow, and there was an indescribable mystery to it. The sword in his hand also became larger due to the activation of the way of body cultivation. It was suitable for a divine image of 30 feet in size. Power. An extremely powerful power surged endlessly in his body. That power emerged from the primordial spirit Dharma power and poured into his body. Like a long river, it flowed back into the primordial spirit Dharma power and condensed into one, forming a large cycle. Under this cycle, the power of qi cultivation and body cultivation was superimposed, and it was equivalent to the effect of the supreme Lingwu technique. Unfortunately, Chunzong was still unable to superimpose the power of the 3 great paths, let alone merge them. Otherwise, Chunzong's combat power would be even more powerful. Under the activation of the qi cultivation and body cultivation Dharma power, Chunzong's power surged. He slashed out with his sword, and the green sword intent was like a strong wind. It was filled with a violent and domineering aura, as if it was going to cut through everything between heaven and earth. Divine Wind Slash. The power of this sword was much stronger than before. With one slash, it immediately cut through the dark green, poisonous flames in front of it. The sword light was incomparably domineering. Chunzong became one with his sword. As he rushed forward, he slashed at the demonic dragon with a murderous intent. The demonic dragon was shocked and immediately retreated. However, the demonic dragons on its left and right also attacked. Their tails were like long spears that pierced through the air. The demonic dragon behind them instantly closed in. Since they wanted to fight, they would fight to their heart's content. Heart Fire Burn. In Thunder Force. 9-fold mixed kill. Divine Wind Slash. Another slash was made, and its attack power was the most domineering. It should be known that this slash was the result of Chunzong's continuous comprehension. He also integrated all the essence of Chun Xiu's understanding of the way of slashing. This made this slash purer and more domineering. It was also because of this that Chunzong changed the name of this slash from the original Vanishing Wind Slash to the Divine Wind Slash. It represented a kind of upgrade and qualitative change. Divine Wind Slash. The divine wind slash pressed forward with indomitable will. That was a kind of belief. Yes, Chun Xiu only slashed once out of thousands of swords. The mystery of being able to constantly break the limit and continuously improve was due to belief. Unparalleled belief. There was nothing between heaven and earth, and in the void that could not be cut. If there was, then he would slash again. Of course, Chunzong's path was different from Chun Xiu's. He would not continue to study the way of slashing. However, he could learn from it and integrate its essence into himself. Slash. Under this slash, a demonic dragon could not resist and was directly cut in half. Dark red blood splashed in the sky and sputtered in all directions, but also angered the other demonic dragons. The dark green demonic flames, the thunder-like long spears, the extremely sharp claws that seemed to be able to tear everything apart. All kinds of attacks came madly from all directions. They wanted to penetrate Chunzong, tear him into pieces, and turn him into ashes. However, Chunzong cultivated both qi cultivation and body refining at the same time. Under the stimulation of the divine form, he had an amazing defense. In addition, the 9 Heaven Soldier Armor's robe weakened the attacks and his own dodging skills, and so on. He did not suffer any injuries. The feeling of walking on the edge of life and death made Chunzong very excited. His 30-foot-tall body was full of tyrannical power. His sword, which was more than 10 feet long, also had amazing power. Suddenly, Chunzong slashed out with his sword, creating a roaring wind. It was like the wind had gathered to form a long river. It circled around and surged continuously, like a raging wave hitting the shore. It was also like a huge whirlwind that directly surrounded Chunzong. Aowu Whirlwind Style. This move was an AO Wu that Chunzong had obtained from the Sutra Depository of the Taoist Alliance. After cultivating it, he had improved it to make it more compatible with his body. This move was also a defensive AO Wu. Once it was used, its power turned into a whirlwind that circled around him, resisting all attacks from all directions. However, under the siege of the demonic dragons, the power of each attack was very terrifying. It immediately broke the whirlwind and rushed toward Chunzong. Whirlwind rotation. In an instant, Chunzong's body seemed to spin rapidly. He turned into a whirlwind and rushed out of the siege of the demonic dragons. His sword light flashed across the sky and attacked another demonic dragon. Chunzong never showed mercy to his enemies. Another demonic dragon was killed by Chunzong. However, Chunzong did not have it easy either. These demonic dragons were not to be trifled with. They were very powerful. Under the siege of the demonic dragons, Chunzong was under great pressure. Even Chunzong was hit by the attacks. Fortunately, with the weakening of the Nine Heaven Soldier Armor's power and his own body refining, his body was strong. Under the body refining divine form, his defense became even more amazing. Hymn of the Wind. Under the light of the divine will, the power of the sword was even more amazing. It directly shocked and killed. Another demonic dragon was killed. Kill, kill, kill. Those who stop me will die. This feeling of satisfaction made the blood in Chunzong's body boil and burn, and his fighting spirit soared into the sky. On his glabella, 7 sword patterns flashed with dazzling light. Each of them was filled with an amazing sharpness. That was the aura of the sword principle. 4 divine patterns of the Great Path, full of mysterious aura, appeared on the primordial spirit Dharma form. They were the patterns of the Tao of the heart. The combination of the sword principle and the Tao of the heart made each of Chunzong's sword moves feel fleeting and unpredictable. Immediately, the 4 patterns of the Tao of the heart converged. On Chunzong's body refining divine form, for divine patterns appeared. They were the patterns of the Tao of the world. Heavenly wind slash. When the sword slashed out, it was the combination of the power of the sword principle and the Tao of the world. It lacked the elusive magic of the Tao of the heart, but it had a kind of dignified and domineering power. Chunzong immediately found that the power of the divine wind slash seemed to have increased a little. The divine wind slash focused on the power of a frontal attack. Its power was extremely strong, like a divine wind, unparalleled and domineering. The Tao of the world also focused on the impact of a frontal attack. It was the most suitable way to perform it. Chapter 2491. Dark red blood splashed across the sky, splashing in all directions. Another demonic dragon was killed, and its enormous corpse fell from the sky. Demon dragons had wings on their backs and could fly in the air. Although divine aspect realm cultivators could not really fly in the air, it was not a problem for them to stay in the air for a short while. Damn Nine Heavens Imperial Court disciples. In the distance, an even larger demonic dragon's eyes were burning with flames of anger. It looked over from afar. That anger seemed to want to burn Chunzong to ashes. Don't be rash. Another demon dragon beside it was relatively calm, although its eyes were also filled with murderous intent. Don't give the Nine Heavens Imperial Court any reason. Although the Demon Dragon clan had 5th Realm Demon Dragon Kings holding the fort, there were only 3 5th Realm Demon Dragon Kings. However, there were many 5th Realm strong practitioners in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. In fact, there were even 6th Realm strong practitioners. The difference between the Demon Dragon clan and the Nine Heavens Imperial Court in terms of foundation and strength was simply too big. Until now, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court had not broken the agreement between the two parties, so the Demon Dragon clan could not do that either. Otherwise, they would be provoking the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. By then, not only would the 3rd Realm Demon Dragons die, even the 3 great Demon Dragon Kings would die. More seriously, their entire clan would be wiped out. Since ancient times, There have been cases of many clans in Heaven Continent being annihilated because they had angered the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Therefore, they had to control themselves. Of course, if Chunzong was killed by a third realm demon dragon, these fourth realm demon dragons would definitely not be angry at all. They would only feel satisfied. All intelligent beings were like this. Everyone would think of their own interests first. Chunzong killed 9 demon dragons consecutively, but 2 more wounds appeared on his body. The wounds were closed by his strong physique, but they were very clear. After continuous fierce battles, his strength was constantly depleted. He felt extremely satisfied, as if he had broken through some kind of shackle. Chunzong enjoyed it very much. The way of the sword and the way of the heart overlapped to cast the AO Wu, while the way of the sword and the way of the world overlapped to cast the AO Wu. The constant switching allowed Chunzong to find a more suitable application. The AO Wu that was executed by superimposing the Tao of the heart with the Tao of the sword had the sharpness of the Tao of the sword, as well as the wonders of the Tao of the heart. It was erratic and unpredictable, making it even more difficult to dodge. On the other hand, AO Wu, which was executed by superimposing the sword Tao with the world Tao, became upright and upright. It suppressed and attacked head-on, and its power was astonishing. The 2 usages each had their own merits. Chunzong's continuous use of AO Wu made his combat skills more diverse. Even if it was the same AO Wu, it would give birth to different styles. It was even to the extent that Chunzong gained a trace of inspiration. It was the inspiration of stacking the way of the sword, the way of the heart, and the way of the world. If he could stack them together, Chunzong's strength would rise a step further. As expected, actual combat, especially a life-and-death battle, was the best way to test one's potential. However, Chunzong also knew that he couldn't continue fighting. This was because there were more auras of demon dragons approaching from afar. It wasn't very difficult to kill the mission target for this mission. The difficulty lay in how to escape after killing the mission target. The demon dragons would definitely not sit back and do nothing. The third realm demon dragons would definitely move out to deal with him. Even if they had to surround him, they would still make him stay. This didn't violate the agreement with the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. If he continued fighting, he would only have his sword and no reinforcements. He also didn't have the strength of an invincible third realm. On the other hand, the demon dragons would constantly send reinforcements. This was extremely disadvantageous for him. If he wasn't careful, he would die here. If that happened, he might even lose his life, let alone the mission. Not wanting to continue fighting, Chunzong started to think of an escape route. Slash, charge, burst of power, whirlwind spin. In an instant, Chunzong executed the secret technique of speed to the maximum. He turned into a whirlwind and swept forward. His speed was astonishing, and his momentum was mighty. Trying to escape? Stay. The demon dragons were enraged and chased after him frantically. However, Chunzong was determined to leave. Naturally, he wouldn't stop. Although he couldn't really fly, his speed was extremely fast with the help of the whirlwind. On Demon Dragon Island, there was a Realm Gate Palace built by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. As long as one entered the Realm Gate Palace, they would be safe because the demon dragons couldn't enter the Realm Gate Palace. Of course, a fourth realm demon dragon might be able to break into the Realm Gate Palace. However, doing so would only anger the Nine Heavens Imperial Court and cause them to suffer heavy losses. The losses outweighed the gains. After so many years, the demon dragons had long been clear about the pros and cons. Balls of dark green demon dragon poisonous flames pierced through the air and attacked, but Chunzong kept dodging them. Their tails pierced through the air and shot down from above, but Chunzong also avoided them. However, Chunzong couldn't completely avoid them. There would always be a time when he would be hit. He could only use the Nine Heavens Soldier Armor Robe to reduce the power of the attacks by 10%. He also had the protective power of the 9 Mystic Body Protection Technique to block them, and his own body refining, chi refining, and godly form to block them. Chunzong had already cultivated the 9 Mystic Body Protection Technique to the 3rd level. His skin was covered with 3 layers of invisible protective power. Its defensive power was amazing. Burn. Chunzong's power seemed to be constantly burning. The consumption was astonishing, but in exchange for the superb speed of the whirlwind spin secret technique. Under the constant pursuit, the outline of the Realm Gate Palace appeared in front of them. Chunzong's eyes shone brightly. He saw the hope of escaping. However, the demon dragons were furious because they also saw the Realm Gate Palace. Kill him. Don't let him enter the Realm Gate Palace. The demon dragons roared angrily. Get out of the way. A brutal and cold voice suddenly sounded. It was like cold thunder. In an instant, a huge light shadow flew from afar at an astonishing speed. It was extremely fast, and it carried with it a terrifying power that could destroy mountains. It directly passed through the demon dragons and rushed towards Chunzong. It was extremely fast. Moreover, that aura was extremely powerful. It was as if nothing in the world could resist it. Everything would be destroyed. Chunzong's expression changed drastically. This aura made him tremble. However, that aura was still at the level of the 3rd realm. It had not broken through to the 4th realm. It was obviously a powerful demon dragon at the peak of the 3rd realm. Chunzong could not avoid this attack. He could not avoid it either, because once he dodged, his speed would decrease. It was very likely that he would be surrounded again. If he was surrounded again, it would be very disadvantageous for him. Take it head-on. Chunzong chose to take this terrifying attack head-on. He fully mobilized his power to form a defense. Boom! In an instant, the 9 Heavens soldier robe was torn and shattered by the terrifying power. It was completely unable to withstand and could not be repaired. Then, the power of the first layer of the 9 Mystic Body Protection Technique was shattered. The power of the second layer of the 9 Mystic Body Protection Technique was shattered. The power of the 3rd layer of the 9 Mystic Body Protection Technique was shattered. The power of the 3rd layer of the 9 Mystic Body Protection Technique was shattered. Chunzong's primordial spirit Dharma power was shattered in an instant. Then his refined body Dharma power was also hit. In that instant, Chunzong felt as if his body was being destroyed. The excruciating pain was indescribable, and he spat out blood continuously. However, Chunzong was still alive. In that instant, he used the power of the terrifying attack to rush towards the Realm Gate Palace at an extremely fast speed. From afar, it looked like a meteorite falling from the sky, dragging a long flame tail. In the flame tail, there seemed to be drops of blood sputtering out, shining brightly under the light. In an instant, Chunzong rushed into the Realm Gate Palace. His body hit the hard ground and suddenly bounced up. He rolled forward a few times before coming to a stop. His limbs were spread out, and he fell to the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and there was a faint blood foam. His face was pale, and his breath was disordered. He had been seriously injured, but he had survived. Chunzong could not help but let out a carefree laugh. The battle with the demon dragons had been very satisfying. It had made him more proficient in his fighting techniques. He had also found a trace of opportunity to superimpose the power of the 3 great paths. The power of the last attack was terrifying. Fortunately, he had various defensive techniques. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into pieces and died an unnatural death. Now, he had survived. However, his injuries were very serious. Chunzong endured the pain in his body and took out an elixir to relieve his injuries. It was a pity. If he could still use the sword world, he would not be in such a sorry state. However, since his cultivation had broken through to the 3rd realm, the world domain had been integrated into his body and could no longer become the heart of the world. Naturally, he could not use the sword world. He could only slowly comprehend it in the future and see if it could be used again. Outside the Realm Gate Palace, the demonic dragons had surrounded it. The extremely powerful 3rd realm demonic dragon was extremely furious. It could feel that its attack had killed that 9 Heavens Imperial Court disciple. Anger. Anger. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of scorching dark green demon dragon poisonous flames. It directly bombarded the Realm Gate Palace, as if it wanted to destroy and burn the Realm Gate Palace. Unfortunately, this kind of power could not do anything to the Realm Gate Palace. It was blocked directly and could not break through the Realm Gate Palace's defenses, unless it had the power of the fourth realm. In the end, the demon dragons could only leave with a belly full of anger. In the Realm Gate Palace, Chunzong refined the elixir. His injuries were alleviated and slowly recovered. He continued to take elixirs. After his injuries had recovered by 60 to 70%, Chunzong passed through the Realm Gate and returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Once he returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, his injuries healed several times faster because the universe vitality in the sixth heaven was richer and purer. Chunzong immediately handed in the mission. With the Nine Heavens Rings record, the mission was handed in very quickly. Thus, Chunzong also received a reward, Nine Heavens General Set. Of course, one could not get the reward just by completing the mission. This Nine Heavens General Set was something that any divine aspect realm disciple was qualified to receive. However, one had to complete a mission first. It was equivalent to a test. After all, the value of the Nine Heavens General Set was much higher than the Nine Heavens Soldier Set. It was more precious and limited in quantity. Chunzong quickly refined the general armor and transformed it into a sword robe. The Nine Heavens Soldier's sword robe he was wearing had reached its limit after withstanding the terrifying attack from the peak of the Third Realm Demon Dragon. It could not be repaired and was directly destroyed. The Nine Heavens Soldier armor could weaken the attack by 10%, while the Nine Heavens General armor could weaken the attack by 20%. An additional 10% was like an additional layer of protection. As for the original Nine Heavens blade, Chunzong wanted to return it to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The new Nine Heavens blade was at the general level and could increase the attack power by 20%, surpassing the power of the Extreme Heart Phaseless Sword. If Chunzong wielded the Nine Heavens General Sword, his attack power would be increased further. It was equivalent to his ability becoming stronger in an invisible way. Once the mission is completed, I will have more than 100 years to cultivate in peace. The direction of my cultivation from now on is to combine the power of the three great Daos, Chunzong thought to himself. Of course, he could not neglect other aspects of his cultivation. He would set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. Chapter 2492. Chunzong's current feeling was exactly what he was feeling right now. Within the Heart Sword Palace, Chunzong was in seclusion, sorting out his gains from the battle on Demon Dragon Island. The first gain was that he could switch between the path of heart and the path of sword and the path of world and the path of sword. The same sword technique and AO would have different performances, allowing him to have more variety in his moves. The second gain was that he had found an opportunity to combine the three great paths. How to combine them? The inspiration that Chunzong found was to combine the path of heart and the path of world at the same time with the path of sword as the center. The path of heart was different from the path of world. One was mysterious and unpredictable, changing or not, depending on the heart. The path of world was filled with shocking power, suppressing and crushing everything. If one had to describe it, the path of heart was like the wind, and the path of world was like the earth. The wind moved, and the earth was stable. Although these two were not as opposite as light and darkness, water and fire, it was difficult to combine them. If they were directly combined, they would not be related to each other. Only by using the path of sword as a buffer could they be combined. However, this was only a trace of inspiration that Chunzong had obtained in the battle. Whether he could do it was still unknown. He could only study it further. Half a month later, Chunzong came out of seclusion. He had digested all his gains from the battle. He had further understanding of how to combine the three great paths, but it was still not enough. It was still in theory. Battle. I need more battles to apply and break through in battle. Chunzong immediately moved and headed towards the battle tower, planning to use the power of the battle tower to train himself. Now, Chunzong's cultivation was in the middle level of the divine phase realm. not reaching the upper level. Therefore, the opponents in the battle tower were also in the middle level of the divine phase realm. On the first level, the opponents were normal middle level of the divine phase realm. They were no match for Qinzong and were defeated in one strike. On the second level, the opponents were also in the middle level of the divine phase realm, but their strength was obviously stronger. However, they were still no match for Qinzong and were easily killed. On the third floor, the opponent's strength was even more tyrannical. He could easily kill an ordinary mid-level divine phase realm expert, but he still wasn't Qinzong's opponent. On the fourth level, Qinzong felt the pressure, a very strong pressure. Fight! A fierce battle. At the middle level of the divine phase realm, Qinzong's strength hadn't reached its peak yet. He was fighting crazily with his opponents on the fourth floor. In this kind of high-intensity battle, he was borrowing the pressure of his opponents to train himself. He tried to use the power of the Sword Dao as a buffer, stacking the power of the Dao of Heart and the Dao of the World together. His first attempt failed. Qinzong suffered the counterattack of the three great Daos and was instantly injured. Then his opponent seized the opportunity to kill him. Outside the battle tower, Qinzong did not leave. Instead, he entered the fourth level of the battle tower and continued to battle. The second failure. The third failure. Qinzong was not discouraged at all. Although he was defeated every time, he continued to find clues in this crazy battle and began to step into it little by little. On his 18th attempt, on the fourth floor of the battle tower, Qinzong stacked the power of the three great Daos again. In an instant, a small part of the three great Daos successfully stacked together, causing the sword to tremble unconsciously. It was as if it had suddenly endured an overbearing power. Divine Wind Slash. The sword slashed out. It was only the third level AO Wu, but it erupted with an even more terrifying power. It instantly cut through the opponent's attack. The slash arrived with irresistible force and killed his opponent. Looking at his opponent dissipating, Qinzong immediately revealed a smile. I finally succeeded. Qinzong thought to himself, but it's still not enough. I've only just grasped the basics. The stacking power is only enough to activate one AO Wu. I must stack all of them together before it can be considered perfect. Continuing to battle, Qinzong stepped into the fifth floor. Unfortunately, the opponent on the fifth floor was much stronger than the opponent on the fourth floor. Qinzong was completely suppressed. Even if he displayed the stacking power of the three great Daos, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. Qinzong couldn't help but feel vexed. At the fourth level, relying on the overlap power of the three great Daos was sufficient to defeat his opponent. Thus, it was already difficult for him to obtain any tempering effect. However, at the fifth level, his opponent was too strong. The might of his sword could only cause a slight threat to his opponent and was unable to kill him. After the stacking power of the three great Daos, it would be exhausted. As such, he fell into a rather awkward situation. On the fourth floor, it was no longer useful for him to hone his skills. However, on the fifth floor, because his opponent was too strong, it was difficult for him to hone his skills. Qinzong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The opponent he needed now should be between the fourth and fifth floor of the battle tower. Only then would he be able to hone his skills. Where could he find one? Qinzong couldn't help but think hard. In the end, he thought of one of the 5 great secret realms, the Wild Bee Secret Realm. In the Wild Bee Secret Realm, there were countless wild beasts. The wild beasts didn't have much intelligence, only a terrifying bloodthirsty instinct. It was rumored that the wild beasts in the Wild Bee Secret Realm had part of the bloodline of the universe's fierce beasts, but it wasn't complete. Therefore, they had the terrifying combat power of the universe's fierce beasts, but they didn't have any intelligence. Making a prompt decision, Qinzong immediately set off for the Wild Bee Secret Realm. The Wild Bee Secret Realm was different from the Spirit Charging Secret Realm. In the Spirit Charging Secret Realm, there were still cultivators, but in the Wild Bee Secret Realm, there were no cultivators. There were only countless wild beasts living and reproducing. If the mystery territory was broken and the berserk beasts inside rushed out, their numbers would be huge and it would be a disaster for the Heaven Continent. Fortunately, the berserk mystery territory was more important than the spirit rush mystery territory. Naturally, there would be experts from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court guarding it. As a true disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, especially a true disciple of the Sixth Heaven, Chunzong easily stepped into the wild beast secret realm. The aura here seemed to be very wild, and there was a restless feeling at all times. If one stayed for a long time, they might be affected by the aura and become irritable. However, in the beginning, the effect could be said to be negligible. The wild beasts in the wild beast secret realm were divided into 3 levels: low level, mid level, and high level. The low level was equivalent to the second realm of cultivation. The mid level was equivalent to the third realm, and the high level was equivalent to the fourth realm. Cultivators in the God-concentrating realm were not allowed to enter the wild beast secret realm because it was too dangerous. If they were not careful, they would die inside. Only cultivators in the third realm were qualified to enter. In this secret realm, wild beasts were almost everywhere. As soon as Chunzong appeared, he could feel several wild and violent auras spreading out without restraint and rushing in all directions. Chunzong did not pay attention to the wild beasts that were emitting auras. Although their auras were strong, they were only in the second realm. They were not worthy of his attention. Search. Chunzong moved quickly and searched for mid-level wild beasts. Soon, he found a few mid-level wild beasts of the third realm. He attacked, fought, and killed them. Even though they were all mid-level wild beasts, there were differences in strength. The average mid-level wild beast was equivalent to a low-level divine aspect realm beast. The stronger wild beasts had the combat strength of a peak divine aspect realm beast. They were very terrifying. It was not an easy task to find a suitable mid-tier wild beast to be his opponent. While Chunzong was searching for a suitable opponent, he was also pondering on how to best stack the 3 types of domain energy. Soon, Chunzong saw Qi. It was also here. He was still holding the pair of dark gold maces in his hands, but the power it emitted was stronger. It had been upgraded from the soldier level to the general level. The increase in attack power had also increased from 10% to 20%. From afar, Chunzong could feel Qi's aura. It was very domineering, majestic, and ferocious. It made him tremble. Boom! Qi struck down with his maces. It looked like a simple strike, but it contained a terrifying power that shocked everyone. Level 4. No, it's not just level 4. It's level 5. Chunzong's pupils shrank. He was shocked. Right now, he had only comprehended a rank 3 profound martial art, but Ho had already grasped a rank 5 profound martial art. Although he wasn't sure if the rank 5 profound martial art he grasped was self-created or created by someone else, no matter which one it wasn't simple. After all, within a rank 5 profound martial art, there were at least 45 profound martial arts, or even more than 50 profound martial arts. It was not an easy task to cultivate them. Of course, if one wanted to create one, the difficulty would be even higher. The maces struck down like an ancient divine mountain. Under the dark gold light, all the wild beasts were crushed and turned into dust. Chunzong was shocked. What a terrifying strike. That strike was extremely domineering. Everything was crushed. It was terrifying. If he had faced that attack without any ability to resist, he would have been directly smashed into pieces, turned into powder, and disappeared completely. Terrifying. Qi's strength was just too terrifying. Chunzong's expression was very serious. How could it be? When they were in the spirit focus realm, although Qi's strength was much stronger than his, he did not feel like he could not resist at all. Is the talent of the origin race really so strong? Chunzong could not help but mumble to himself. Then he shook his head. Maybe the talent of the origin race was really shocking. Once they reached the divine phase realm, they would be able to display it further. However, not all of them were like that. Qi was at the top of the origin race. If it was an ordinary origin race, even if they broke through to the divine phase realm and displayed their talent further, they would not be able to reach this level. Pressure. Chunzong felt a pressure he had never felt before. After breaking through to the divine phase realm, he worked hard to cultivate. However, the gap between him and Qi did not shorten. Instead, it seemed to have stretched further. Previously, Chunzong was very surprised when he heard that Qi had entered the heavenly general ranking. In the 30 years that he worked hard to cultivate, there was also news about Qi. Qi's ranking on the heavenly general ranking kept rising, from a 900th place to the 600th place. His improvement was very shocking. In the origin race, Qi was known as the #1 genius. He was also known as a monster. Countless geniuses were overshadowed by him. For example, Green Nightmare, Deng Xing, Sui Han, etc. They were all top geniuses. However, compared to Qi, they were obviously one level lower. My background is not as good as theirs. My innate talent may not be as good as theirs. However, I have an unyielding heart and unparalleled belief. Chunzong took a deep breath and said to himself. Although he was frightened by Qi, Chunzong was not affected by it. Instead, his fighting spirit was stimulated. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, Bookhouse. Chapter 2493. Chunzong was shocked by Zhao's strength, but at the same time, his fighting spirit and belief were stimulated. His opponent was so strong, and the stronger he got, the stronger he became. He could only strive to catch up and do everything he could. He absolutely refused to retreat and admit defeat. Unknowingly, Chunzong felt that his Tao of heart seemed to be fluctuating, and he faintly had the feeling of breaking through. However, this feeling only flashed by, and he didn't immediately break through. After killing the berserk beasts, Ming also noticed Chunzong's aura. His innate Yuan King body was very sensitive to vital qi. As he looked around, his eyes seemed to contain a dark, golden divine light. The moment their eyes met, Chunzong could not help but tremble. He felt a boundless pressure that made his hair stand on end. Strong. It was simply too tyrannical. However, Zhao was not interested in Chunzong, nor did he want to settle the score of the heavenly spirit fruit. His figure flashed, and he escaped. In his opinion, Chunzong was no match for him at all, and he was not qualified to fight with him. As for the matter of the heavenly spirit fruit, it was up to their own abilities. There was nothing to be calculative about. After Zhao left, Chunzong's back was drenched in sweat. At that moment, he thought Zhao would attack, and even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to block Zhao's attack. The sense of urgency in his heart grew stronger, and it turned into a kind of motivation. Improve. He had to improve as soon as possible, or the gap would only grow bigger. When the gap grew to a certain extent, it would become a kind of moat, an abyss that could not be crossed, and it would lead to despair. It would be fine if he did not know, but now that he knew and had come in contact with it, he had to work hard to catch up. He could not fall behind others. It was like that in the void, and it was also like that in the universe. Battle, 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 endless battle, nonstop battle. He comprehended and sharpened himself in battle. The three kinds of great path strength had not been completely superimposed, but Chunzong's mysterious fusion of swordsmanship had been further improved. Fusing 9 kinds of mysterious mysteries was the first level. Under the repeated use of heavenly wind slash, the mysterious fusion of 27 kinds of mysterious mysteries became 28 kinds, then 29 kinds, and finally, 36 kinds. 4 times 9, 36 meant that the divine wind slash had broken through its limit, rising from the 3rd order Ao Wu to the 4th order. Chunzong's strength had increased imperceptibly. After that, Wind Extremity, Wind Mark, and Wind Chant also broke through one after another, reaching the 4th stage. While Ao Wu was improving, the superposition of the 3 great Tao powers was also slowly increasing. 10%, 20%, 30%. Gradually, it rose to 90% and then 99%. However, the difference between 99% and 100% was the difference between incomplete perfection and perfection. Imperfection meant that there was a flaw, and a flaw meant that the power could not be used continuously. How can I achieve perfection? Shenzong fell into deep thought. He had a feeling that even if he continued fighting, it would be difficult for him to break through. Thus, Shenzong left the wild bee secret realm. However, he didn't return to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court immediately. Instead, he walked around the wild beast island where the wild bee secret realm was located. Walking was also a form of cultivation. The sun rose and the moon set. Years passed without him noticing. Shenzong had forgotten the passage of time. Mountains and rivers, life and death of plants and trees. Cultivation was also cultivation of the mind. Unknowingly, the fifth divine pattern of the path of heart was condensed. As Shenzong continued to walk and observe, it became compatible with heaven and earth. The fifth divine pattern was also condensed. However, it was difficult to improve the path of sword that had already condensed 7 divine patterns. Under normal circumstances, the upper limit of the Great Tao divine pattern was 9. This was the level that ordinary cultivators in the divine aspect realm could reach. However, there were also those who could break through the 10th, 11th, and 12th divine patterns. Breaking the limit was divided into the low extreme, high extreme, and super extreme. This was the same as the division of combat power in the void. In fact, the division of combat power in the void had been transmitted from the outside world a long time ago, which meant that it had been transmitted from another void. Shenzong had already condensed 7 divine patterns of the sword when he was in the middle level of the divine aspect realm. Compared to others, he was at a higher level. The difference between 7 and 9 was 2 divine patterns. However, Shenzong's cultivation had yet to reach the upper level of the divine aspect realm, let alone the peak level. Comprehending the Great Tao would become more difficult the further one progressed. This meant that the condensation of the Great Tao divine pattern was the same. The wind blew across the grassland, causing the grass to bend. However, it was also full of resilience, about to bounce back. The water flowed through the valley, endless and unstoppable. Flowing through the water, walking across the grassland, and crossing the mountains, Shenzong's knowledge was constantly increasing. His temperament was also constantly being tempered and stabilized. In front of him and under his feet was a desert. At a glance, it was a boundless golden sand. Under the light of the stars, it shone brightly. The wind blew and swept over, blowing the sand into the air. Then, the sand was lifted into the air. The wind and sand mixed, turning into gusts of sand that blew over. It became vast and mighty, sweeping through heaven and earth. Shenzong stared and was inexplicably touched. In an instant, the accumulation of the past few years seemed to be straightened out by an invisible hand. It was quickly straightened out. Bits of spiritual light appeared and gathered. The wind blew the sand rose, and the wind moved. The wind and sand mixed into a gust of sand that bubbled. You and me. Touched. Shenzong was greatly touched in an instant. If the power of the Great Tao of the heart was described as wind, and the power of the Great Tao of the world was described as sand, one was active and one was still, but they could also be combined. Moreover, the power of the Great Tao of the sword could be used as a medium to connect the two. In an instant, the last bit of enlightenment and breakthrough occurred. 100%. Perfection. That feeling of perfection made Shenzong feel comfortable and satisfied. It was as if there were no gaps. Then, he slashed out with his sword. The power of the 3 Great Tao superimposed and poured into the sword, turning into an invisible and colorless power that pierced through the air. It was just an ordinary slash, but it had astonishing power. Stronger. With my current ability, I wonder if I can pass the 5th level of the battle tower? Shenzong couldn't help but guess. After all, the 4 AO Wu techniques that he created had all broken through to the 4th level, and his own strength had increased by a lot. As for the whirlwind technique, because it wasn't created by himself, it was a 3rd level AO Wu technique from the start. Since the superimposition of the 3 Great Tao powers has succeeded, It's time to go back, Chunzong said to himself. He would return to the Heart Sword Peak first, and then think carefully about what to do next. After witnessing Qi's super strength, Chunzong still felt a lot of pressure. It was urgent to improve, but he couldn't blindly try. He had to have a goal. Otherwise, he would only get half the result with twice the effort, and waste time and energy for nothing. All this time, he had relied on his own efforts and ability. Chunzong knew this better than anyone else. A clear plan for improvement was the most effective. Therefore, a short period of time, rest and recuperation were for a better start, to go further and to climb higher. However, in the end, Chunzong didn't return to the Heart Sword Peak first. Instead, he went to look for Senior Lin Ming. Lin Ming had been in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court for a longer time and knew more. Perhaps he could give some suggestions for his current situation. Sure enough, after hearing Chunzong's question, Lin Ming fell into deep thought. He was surprised by Chunzong's speed of improvement, but also happy. Therefore, he couldn't give Chunzong any suggestions casually. He had to be cautious. It had to be of obvious help to Chunzong, and at the same time, it couldn't be too dangerous. Otherwise, not only would it not be of help, but it would also inadvertently harm him. Chunzong didn't rush and didn't interrupt Lin Ming's thoughts. Instead, he waited quietly. While waiting, Chunzong was also quietly cultivating and comprehending. He didn't let go of a single breath. With the breakthrough in his cultivation and the increase in his realm, Chunzong had also cultivated the 33 heavens of heart to the 17th level. The Heart Sutra could now maintain the usual 6 wills of heart. However, the Heart Sutra still hadn't broken through to the 3rd level of 100 wills of heart. That was too difficult. One must know that eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan had only cultivated to the 3rd level of the Heart Sutra after a long time of settling down after his cultivation reached the peak of the magical power realm. As for the 4th level, he didn't know how long it would take. The 4th level of the Heart Sutra could only be achieved by Master Hard Dao Master. As for the 5th level, it was a concept and a theory that had yet to be created. Chunzong had never thought about the 5th level. After all, he hadn't even cultivated the 3rd level. There was still the 4th level above the 3rd level. If the 3rd level was already so difficult to cultivate, then what about the 4th level? It would be even more difficult to cultivate. But now, Chunzong had cultivated the 2nd level of the Heart Sutra to the level of 100 wills of heart. Unfortunately, Chunzong didn't dare to unleash the power of 100 wills of heart. Once unleashed, the power of his mind would pour out like a torrent that had been opened. The speed was too amazing, and he wouldn't have time to do anything else. In the end, it was because his power of mind wasn't strong enough. However, this could be slowly improved in the future. For now, the 10 wills of heart was enough for Chunzong. I'll go ask the palace master first and then inform you. In the end, Lin Ming said, considering Chunzong's current situation, he had to improve Chunzong's strength as fast as possible without leaving any side effects. He couldn't think of anything at the moment. Asking the palace master was also because the palace master had a higher status, a higher cultivation level, and stronger strength. Perhaps he would know more information, and so on. Then I'll have to trouble you, senior, Chunzong said with a smile. He immediately got up and left the Dao Alliance, returning to the Heart Sword Peak of the 6th heaven. Higher heavens cultivators could enter lower heavens at will and stay for as long as they wanted. However, lower heavens cultivators had to apply to enter higher heavens if they didn't have a certain status. Only after the application was approved could they enter. Moreover, the time they could stay was limited. After Chunzong returned to the Heart Sword Palace, he immediately went into seclusion to cultivate. He wanted to find out more about the situation first. Unexpectedly, before Senior Lin Ming sent any news, someone requested to visit him. Chunzong was secretly surprised by the visitor. He immediately allowed him to come. Not long after, the visitor arrived. He wore a black battle robe and a ferocious ghost mask. He had an unyielding aura. It was the war devil from the Eternal Battle Fort. Chunzong sensed that the war devil's aura had also broken through from the spirit condensation realm to the divine manifestation realm. However, his cultivation level was still at the low level of the divine manifestation realm. However, what was the purpose of his visit? Chapter 2494. The war demon's visit was out of Chunzong's expectations. The purpose of the war demon's visit also surprised Chunzong. The purpose was to join forces with Chunzong to obtain a fortuitous encounter together. After the war demon broke through to the divine aspect realm and stabilized his cultivation, he left the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to train on one of the islands. On that island, the war demon found a cave that had existed for an unknown number of years and entered it. There were guards in the cave. Only by defeating the guards could one obtain a fortuitous encounter. The war demon couldn't break through, so after thinking about it, he found Chunzong and decided to join forces. It would be best if they succeeded, but if they failed, they would have to think of another way. The war demon invited him, but Lin Ming hadn't replied to Chunzong yet. Chunzong was tempted and immediately set off with the war demon. On Heaven Continent, where the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was located, there were hundreds of islands other than the central mainland. These islands were of different sizes. The bigger ones were half the size of the central mainland, while the smaller ones were less than 1%. Therefore, apart from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, there were many other forces, such as some clans, sects, and so on. Together, they formed Heaven Continent. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was the strongest, but there were also many strong cultivators in the other forces, including 5th and 6th level cultivators. There were also some strong cultivators from other places who would stay for a short while and even leave behind cave. Occasionally, there would be people who found the ancient cave left behind by their predecessors and entered it by chance. Of course, some people could obtain a fortuitous encounter, while others couldn't. Of the hundreds of islands, more than half had a gateway to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. There were a few that didn't, mostly because their levels were too low and the Nine Heavens Imperial Court didn't want to waste resources. The cave that the war demon found was on one of the islands that didn't have a gateway. The two of them could only go to the neighboring island through the gateway and travel with their own speed. Fortunately, although the divine aspect realm wasn't considered strong in Heaven Continent, it wasn't weak either. They had the basic qualifications to travel. Besides, the two of them were geniuses. Their strength wasn't something an ordinary divine aspect realm cultivator could compare to. Since they had the intention to hurry on their way, they naturally wouldn't stop and waste time. Besides that, they were worried that others would notice the abode during this period of time and seize the fortune within the abode first. So they couldn't be delayed. Between the island continents, there was a void zone. Without a strength at the 4th realm, it was impossible to cross it. Fortunately, there were people who specialized in such businesses. Using some sky-crossing flying ships to travel back and forth, they only had to pay some cosmos god crystals as a fee. On the 100-meter-long flying boat, Chunzong and the war devil each sat in a corner of the deck. They didn't talk to each other. With the help of the One Heart Sutra, Chunzong continued to cultivate even when he was on the road. It could be said that the One Heart Sutra was one of the trump cards that allowed him to surpass the other sky prides. Although comprehending all the time wouldn't allow Chunzong to break through immediately and advance by leaps and bounds, it could accumulate unceasingly. Chunzong's accumulation became more and more vigorous. The moment the opportunity arrived, he would be able to break through and become stronger. Strictly speaking, Chunzong was well aware of his own cultivation talent. Although it was considered top-notch in the void, it wasn't the highest. Moreover, he had come to this vast universe, where many top-notch geniuses from the 3 great sequences of the void had gathered. There were even more astonishing members of the origin race. Among them, his cultivation talent could only be considered decent. If he relied on his cultivation talent, he would eventually vanish into the crowd. However, Chunzong also had his own strong points, and that was his comprehension ability. His superhuman comprehension ability could be said to be the best in the void since ancient times. Perhaps in the vast universe, his comprehension ability couldn't be said to be the best, but it could still be considered top-notch. Even if there were people whose comprehension ability surpassed his, there were very, very few of them. His super high comprehension ability, his indescribable affinity with swords, and the help of the 33 heavens of the mind and the One Heart Sutra, it was as if he had the help of God. Shenzong advanced by leaps and bounds. He was the best among his peers in the void, and no one could compare to him. Even his senior brother Luo Beichuan was far inferior to him when they were at the same level. In the universe, the 33 heavens of the mind and the One Heart Sutra were also suitable. This was where Shenzong's foundation lay. Otherwise, after seeing Qi's amazing strength and knowing Qi's monstrous talent, Shenzong wouldn't have thought of catching up or even surpassing him. Just based on his imagination, that would be Yalong's arrogance, and ignorance. However, Shenzong had never been an arrogant and ignorant person. On the contrary, he was very self-aware. It was precisely because he was self-aware, fully aware of his own abilities and confidence, that he dared to have the thought of catching up. The fight between geniuses wasn't a fight for a moment, but for a lifetime. If one didn't have this kind of understanding and only thought of surpassing everyone and being invincible, it would be impossible. It would only mess up one's mind. Accumulation. Continuous accumulation. Accumulation in daily life, bit by bit. When the accumulation reached the extreme, it would naturally usher in a breakthrough. When one's cultivation reached the divine phase realm, if one didn't have enough external help, it would be even more difficult to raise it. If Shenzong hadn't taken the 8 heavenly spirit pellets, his current cultivation would still be at the low level of the divine phase realm. It could be seen how amazing the heavenly spirit pellet was. Unfortunately, the heavenly spirit pellet was made of the heavenly spirit fruit, and the heavenly spirit fruit could only be found once in 1,000 years. In the heaven continent, there was only one heavenly spirit treasure tree that could produce heavenly spirit fruit. It was in the spirit rushing secret territory owned by the 9 heavens imperial court. Each time, it could only produce 99 heavenly spirit fruits at most. Sometimes, it didn't even produce that many. 3 days later, the space-crossing airship finally arrived. Shenzong and the War Devil quickly disembarked. Under the War Devil's guidance, they flew towards the cave. After passing through a dense forest and crossing over a mountain, they stepped into a valley filled with rugged rocks of strange shapes. The cave the War Devil had found was in this valley. The entrance of the cave looked a little broken, as if half of it had collapsed. "Someone has been here," the War Devil whispered. The War Devil said in a low voice, "because there are traces left behind, which were very fresh." Shenzong was also a little bit worried. Were they too late? The War Devil took the lead, and Shenzong followed behind. They quickly entered the cave and entered the cave. Going deeper and deeper, Shenzong and the War Devil felt a strong aura surging. Apparently, someone was fighting. They couldn't help but exhale in relief. If there was a fight, it meant that the opportunity inside was still there. They still had hope to fight for it. Of course, if the person who entered first was too strong, they could only give up the opportunity here. Protecting their lives was more important. However, from what they could sense, although the aura of the battle wasn't weak, it was still at the divine phase realm. Moreover, they didn't feel that they couldn't fight against it. This place was deep inside the cave. It was very spacious. 3 people were joining hands to besiege a man in armor. That man in armor was covered from head to toe. Only his eyes could be seen. They emitted a black and red light, which was very dazzling. The man in armor was holding a thick broadsword. His aura was shocking, and his broadsword aura was overbearing. He forced the 3 to join hands, but they couldn't do anything to him. However, the man in armor didn't move because there was a half-meter tall door behind him. It was closed. It seemed to be guarding that door. Perhaps there was something behind the door. This protector won't leave this area. The plan failed. The 3 who joined hands didn't look good. Their plan was to lead the man in armor away, then go around to open the door and take the thing inside. However, the man in armor didn't move at all. He stood in place and firmly guarded the door. He only used the broadsword in his hand to resist the enemy. On the way, the war devil had already explained the situation to Chunzong. Fight! The protector was too shocking. Even if he stood there without moving, just the large blade in his hand was able to block the three people who joined forces. They were unable to get past him. The defensive power of the armor on his body was extremely shocking. Even if he was hit, it would be difficult to break through. Only traces would be left behind, but those traces would slowly disappear and automatically recover. The three of us aren't strong enough. We have to find someone else. I know Brother Yang is on the neighboring island. Send him a message right now. Ask him to come here. Without hesitation, the three immediately retreated and put some distance between them and the man in armor. The man in armor didn't move at all. He didn't have any intention to chase after them. He firmly guarded the door behind him. Chunzong and the war devil showed up directly. Did they have to wait here for reinforcements, then defeat the protector and open the door to take the opportunity inside? Of course not. Who is it? As soon as the three finished their message, they sensed Chunzong and the war devil's aura. Their faces changed, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Who are you two? Get out of here. We found this place first. You two, we are true disciples of the Kongming sect. This is a test left by a predecessor of the Kongming sect. Please leave. Don't disturb us. The three spoke almost at the same time. I found this place first, the war devil said coldly. The war devil said coldly. This was the truth. However, after the war devil had left to invite Chunzong, the three true disciples of the Kongming cult had coincidentally discovered this place. Anyway, it didn't matter who found it first. The most important thing was to open the door and take the things inside. After all, there was a protector and the door was closed. There was an 80 to 90% chance that there was something inside. Moreover, it should be valuable. Do you want to leave on your own? Or do you want me to chase you away? Chunzong said neither quickly nor slowly. His eyes were sharp, and his sword chi was threatening. That kind of sharpness seemed to be able to pierce through the three disciples of the Kongming sect. They were secretly frightened. You are too arrogant. One of them sneered. He seemed to be disdainful of Chunzong's words. As soon as he finished speaking, the other two seemed to have a tacit understanding. They directly attacked Chunzong and the war devil. One of them used words to attract the other's attention, while the other two suddenly attacked. Their cooperation was very good. Obviously, it wasn't the first time they had done this. In the past, they had used this method to kill many opponents, and the success rate was very high. Chapter 2495. His murderous aura exploded out in an instant. The terrifying double attack also arrived in an instant. But whether it was Chunzong or the war demon, they had been through countless life-and-death battles in the void. They were extremely experienced in battle. Their reactions were instinctive, and they reacted instantly. The war demon punched out. Its fist power was extremely fierce. It had an indescribable dominance and a shocking battle intent. The war demon's fist power was shattered. The war demon was forced to retreat. The war demon chased after him with a ferocious smile. On the other side, a sword light flashed. Chunzong slashed out with his sword. The strong sword power split the war demon's sudden attack and forced him to retreat. The person who had spoken to attract Chunzong and the war demon's attention also attacked. His spear was like a poisonous dragon coming out of its cave. It was fast and fierce, attacking Chunzong. But Chunzong slashed out a second time. The strong sword power broke through the air and smashed the spear light. The war demon was forced to retreat. The third slash, the cyan sword power, swept across the sky. The two true disciples of the Kongming cult who had recovered and attacked again were pushed back again. Their blood and chi were shaken, and they were slightly injured. On the other side, the war demon was fighting fiercely with all his strength. If you don't leave now, you'll die, Chunzong said coldly. An indescribable killing intent spread out. The two true disciples' expressions changed. They couldn't help but tremble. Chunzong was not a homicidal maniac. He wouldn't kill people for no reason. This was his bottom line and principle. Even if he got into trouble because of this, he wouldn't go against his principles. If a swordsman couldn't even stick to his principles, he wouldn't be able to practice the sword. Sooner or later, he would mess up. Realizing that they were no match for Chunzong, the two looked at each other and sent a message to each other. Then they called the third person and left immediately. But in fact, they didn't really leave. They just retreated outside the cave and waited for Brother Yang. Inside the cave, the war devil maintained its primordial spirit dharma and attacked the armored man first. The armored man reacted immediately. His broadsword sliced through the air. His broadsword was ferocious. It cut through the war devil's broadsword light, as if it was going to cut it into pieces. He was no match for him. The war demon had already tried. He was no match for the warframe man, so he left to invite Chunzong. Chunzong immediately drew his sword. The sword light broke through the air and slashed toward Yifutian. It was a cyan sword aura, condensed like the wind. It was incomparably powerful and could split the sky and the earth. Divine Wind Slash. The might of the type 4AO Wu was unleashed to the maximum at this moment. However, Chunzong did not reveal his qi refining and body refining godly form. He only used the power of the qi refining godly form. The saber and the sword clashed fiercely. The saber radiance was immediately shattered, and Chunzong's sword also cut a mark on the armored man's body. However, there was no effect at all. Furthermore, the mark was fading at an astonishing speed. What an amazing defense! Chunzong's pupils contracted in an instant. Such a defense was difficult to break. However, it wasn't as if there was no other way. He drew his sword and still used the Divine Wind Slash, because the opponent did not dodge. The Divine Wind Slash's frontal attack was the strongest. But this time, Chunzong used the ninefold mixed killing mystic art to execute the Divine Wind Slash. The ninefold mixed killing technique, the third level, immediately transformed into 3 sword shadows. They continuously slashed at the same spot on the armored man's body at almost the same time. Such tyrannical power immediately broke the armor of the Warframe man, but the Warframe man's armor was broken. However, Chunzong and the War Demon found that the armored man was not affected at all. Through the broken armor, they could see that the inside of the armor was made of countless metals, not flesh and blood. A puppet. This was a puppet. The saber slashed through the air with amazing power. Chunzong did not want to take it head-on. Otherwise, he might be injured. He drew his sword. Divine Wind Slash. Chunzong attacked again with the help of the ninefold mixed killing technique. Under the Heart Sutra, he constantly comprehended the mystery of Chun Xiu's slash and integrated it into the Divine Wind Slash, trying to improve the power of the Divine Wind Slash as much as possible. The comprehensive comprehension of the 6 essences of heart and the 6 essences of heart improved little by little, as if the time was greatly shortened. The efficiency increased by more than 10 times. The armored man did not move at all. Naturally, he had no intention of dodging. Facing the attack, he either blocked it with the saber in his hand. If he could not block it, he would block it with his own body. This way, Chunzong did not have to think about how to hit the opponent. He only needed to focus on the sword and keep improving the power of the sword. Unconsciously, more and more mysteries of the sword were integrated into it, and the power was increasing step by step. 10 swords, 20 swords, 30 swords. The continuous use of the Divine Wind Slash allowed Chunzong to gain a deeper understanding of it. Suddenly, he shook as if he had broken through some kind of shackle. All the mysteries of the Divine Wind Slash that Chun Xiu had comprehended were now fully grasped by Chunzong and integrated into it. Slash! The cyan sword light seemed to be more condensed. Vaguely, there was an extremely violent aura spreading out. Invisibly, the power was further enhanced. However, it was still the 4th stage AO Wu. Chunzong knew that the divine wind slash had changed. Although it was still the fourth-stage Aowu, its power was stronger, especially the violent aura it contained. It was extremely tyrannical and terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. This was the mystery of the slash that Chun Xiu had comprehended. Only one slash, but it could slash and destroy everything. It was not appropriate to call this Aowu the divine wind slash. It should be called the fierce divine wind slash. Fierce divine wind slash. 9 layers of mixed slash. The dark cyan sword aura once again slashed through the air, immediately cutting it open and leaving a deep sword mark. Although the war devil's strength was not as good as Chunzong's, his eyesight was not bad. He could see that Chunzong's sword was obviously the Aowu from before, and its aura had become more violent and tyrannical. It had improved. It had improved again. Indeed, it was an extremely terrifying talent in swordsmanship. Although the divine wind slash was still the fourth-stage Aowu, its cutting power was extremely strong. Therefore, its lethality was more obvious. On the other side, the war devil interfered and finally cut the guardian's body in half. After the guardian's body was cut in half, it could no longer obstruct Chunzong and the war devil. The two of them looked over the guardian's body and fixed their gazes on the half-meter-wide, closed door. He pushed his palm forward. His energy surged and immediately opened the door. After the door was opened, there was a cabinet with 3 things on it. One was a black crystal, incomparably dark and deep. Its aura was restrained, and it was impossible to see what it was. However, the war devil's gaze was directly attracted to it. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He only felt that the black crystal had an indescribable attraction to him. The other 2 things were a thin book. There was a thin book and a finger-length ancient sword. Chunzong, I only want that, said the war devil, pointing at the black crystal. In other words, the other 2 things belonged to Chunzong. Okay. Chunzong didn't know what the black crystal was, and he couldn't feel anything. If the war devil wanted it, he would give it to him. Soon after, Chunzong took the thin book and the finger-sized sword into his hands. The sword was cold to the touch. There seemed to be some mysterious patterns on it. For the time being, Chunzong couldn't find anything else. He would study it later. The book was a sword principle Aowu. Do you want to copy this sword principle Aowu? Chunzong asked the war devil. Although the war devil was practicing the saber, if he wanted, Chunzong wouldn't hesitate to let him copy it. No. However, the war demon shook his head. He practiced the saber, so perhaps the sword Dao profound martial art could give him some inspiration. However, he felt that the pitch-black crystal would be of great use to him. Since he had obtained the pitch-black crystal and given the other 2 to Chunzong, they belonged to Chunzong. Since the war devil refused, Chunzong didn't say anything more. He opened the book and started to read. This sword principle Aowu had 3 movements. The first one was called Electric Light, the second one was called Flying Swan, and the third one was called Graceful Lightning. Chunzong quickly opened the book. With his excellent comprehension, solid understanding of the sword principle, and the comprehensive analysis of the Heart Sutra, Chunzong quickly grasped the surface of its mysteries. The first movement, Electric Light, and the second one, Flying Swan, were both level 6 Aowu. However, the third one, Graceful Lightning, was level 9 Aowu, which was much more powerful than the first 2. Level 6 Aowu. Chunzong was shocked. The value of this move was extraordinary. As for the last one, level 9 Aowu, its value was even more shocking. It should be known that the higher level in Aowu was, the harder it was to create it. Not only did it have to integrate more mysteries, but it also had to reach a certain level in other aspects. Level 9 Aowu was already the strongest Aowu under normal circumstances. As for level 10 Aowu, it was an Aowu that broke the limit. The Graceful Lightning was level 9 Aowu, which was far beyond Chunzong's current level. In his surprise, Chunzong was also excited. He immediately started to comprehend the first movement, sword principle Aowu, Electric Light. Level 6 AO, Wu had at least 54 mysteries. However, Electric Light contained more than 60 mysteries of swordsmanship. It belonged to the middle level of Level 6 AO Wu. As for Flying Swan, it was not a swordsmanship, but a footwork. In addition to the 60 types of swordsmanship profundities, the lightning sword was based on speed. It pushed speed to the extreme. Once it was used, it would be like a bolt of lightning breaking through the sky. It pursued extreme speed, unparalleled speed. Under the comprehensive analysis and comprehension of the One Heart Sutra, Chunzong was enlightened. To comprehend and cultivate this move, not only did one have to have sufficient attainments in the sword principle, one also had to reach a certain height in the comprehension and mastery of the mysteries of speed. Chunzong had comprehended and mastered the 99 mysteries of swordsmanship. However, this was only a basic mastery. Now, only the mysteries of chopping could be considered to have reached a higher level. Therefore, Heavenly Wind Chop became Heavenly Wind Chop, which became Chunzong's most powerful move. Even with the help of the One Heart Sutra, Chunzong could not comprehend the mysteries of electric light, let alone practice it. However, Chunzong did not give up. Even if he could not practice it now, he could continue to comprehend it. From there, he could further comprehend the mysteries of speed, strengthen his control and application, and reach a higher level. By then, there would be hope for him to practice it. Chapter 2496. With the opportunity in hand, Chunzong and the War Devil naturally wouldn't linger. They immediately walked out of the cave. While walking, Chunzong used the 6 intent realms of the heart to comprehend the lightning style. He comprehended and analyzed it comprehensively to increase the speed of the mysterious art. Comprehending and then controlling the mysterious art was the foundation. The next step was to comprehend the true meaning. For example, because of Chun Xiu, Shi had continuously performed the mysterious art. With the help of the Heart Sutra, he had finally comprehended it completely and raised it to the level of the true meaning, which made the God Wind / become the God Wind /. The foundation of the mysterious art could support him to the 4th level of the AO Wu. If he wanted to reach the 5th level or even higher, he had to comprehend the mysterious true meaning. The AO Wu was the final product of the fusion of the Great Path Realm, the Mysterious Realm, and the Mysterious Realm. Without any of them, it couldn't be formed. If the level of any of them wasn't enough, it couldn't be raised to a higher level. What did you get in there? The 3 true disciples of the Kongming cult were guarding the entrance of the cave. Seeing Chunzong and the War Devil appear, they immediately surrounded them and questioned them. Get lost. The War Devil's voice was cold and harsh. Do you want to die that badly? Chunzong replied with a question that was neither fast nor slow. His calm tone contained an indescribable killing intent, and its sharpness suffused the air, causing the 3 of them to feel a chill throughout their bodies. It seemed that so long as they continued to pursue the matter, Chunzong would really kill them. The 3 of them couldn't help but shiver. They immediately retreated, not daring to surround Chunzong and the War Devil. Without taking any action, Chunzong and the War Devil left quickly. Seeing Chunzong and the War Devil leaving, the 3 of them immediately stormed into the cave. Not long after that, they arrived at the cave. Seeing the small door open and the broken armor man, their faces changed dramatically. They were taken. Go after them. Wait a minute. That sword warrior is really strong. Even if we join hands, we can't defeat him. Quick, send the news to Senior Brother Yang, and send their images to Senior Brother Yang as well. Let's see if we can intercept them. They acted quickly and immediately sent out the news and the images of Chunzong and the War Devil through a special method. The 3 of them rushed out of the cave and chased after Chunzong and the War Devil. Of course, because of the difference in strength, they didn't dare to chase too close. They just followed from afar to ensure that they didn't lose track of him. They also maintained contact with Senior Brother Yang at all times. The treasure was actually taken away by someone else. On a sky-crossing airship, A red-robed man holding a spear revealed a somewhat playful smile. He was Senior Brother Yang by Xiaoyang. After receiving the news, he immediately boarded the sky-crossing airship and was about to arrive. What a bunch of trash! Standing beside by Xiaoyang was a woman in a blue robe. Her expression was cold and stern. She had a disdainful look on her face. She was talking about the 3 true disciples who had sent the message to Senior Brother Yang. Although they were all true disciples, there were still differences in strength. A powerful true disciple in the Kongming cult could kill a weak true disciple in a second with one strike. Although the 3 true disciples weren't the weakest in the Kongming cult, they belonged to the middle and lower levels. Not long after, the sky-crossing airship finally arrived at the airport. Bai Shuyang and the blue-robed woman quickly got off the airship and immediately rushed towards the direction mentioned in the message at full speed. Opportunity. Treasure. It was fine if he didn't know. Now that he knew, he had to try his best to fight for it. It was one thing if he couldn't fight for it, but if he could, it definitely wouldn't be bad for him. It might even make him stronger. Cultivation was about fighting. If he didn't fight, how could he talk about cultivation? It was better to find a place to live in seclusion and raise flowers. He arrived in time, and someone gave him the location. About half a day later, Bai Shuyang found 2 figures that were 70 to 80% similar to the image. Stop! Bai Shuyang burst out at full speed and chased after them. As he shouted, a powerful aura swept out like a dragon and directly intercepted the 2 people. What's the matter? Chunzong stared at the red-robed young man holding a spear in front of him. His pupils contracted slightly. Threat. Pressure. This person wasn't weak at all. I am Bai Xiaoyang from the Kongming cult. The red-robed young man squinted his eyes slightly. There seemed to be an expression of a smile, yet not a smile on his face. Not long ago, 3 true disciples of my Kongming cult discovered a cavern dwelling. In the end, you guys relied on your strength to snatch away the opportunity within the cavern dwelling. This method is too vile. You specially intercepted us just to say these few words of nonsense. Shenzong unhurriedly replied, If you're tactful, immediately return the opportunity you snatched from my Kongming cult and take out 10,000 Cosmos God Crystals as compensation. Otherwise, you guys will suffer a fate worse than death. The blue-robed woman by the side of Bai Shuyang had a domineering expression and spoke with a cold tone. The opportunity is in my hands. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Shenzong wasn't angered. He merely smiled and replied unhurriedly, You are courting death. The woman was infuriated. Her primordial spirit suddenly appeared, reaching a size of 6 meters. 4 frost Tao patterns condensed on it. She directly attacked, slapping the sky with her palm. Ice blue light overflowed and a cold aura spread out in an instant, freezing the surroundings. It was as if everything within 100 meters had been frozen. Countless frosts spread out and a palm print appeared within it, suddenly blasting towards Chinzong. This palm seemed to be forged from ice. Not only did it contain a shocking amount of power, it also contained an extremely terrifying coldness. Before the attack even arrived, the shocking palm pressure had already arrived, causing Chunzong to feel a chill all over his body. It was as if his blood and qi were about to be frozen solid. Bai Xiaoyang didn't make a move. Instead, he watched coldly from the side with a hint of ridicule. This was because he was confident in the blue-robed woman's strength. Middle-level divine phase realm cultivation. 6 meters tall divine phase realm in addition to the power of a 3rd-level AO Wu. She was extremely tyrannical. Even with his strength, he had to take her seriously. Shenzong's expression didn't change. He unsheathed his long sword and instantly attacked. This blue-robed woman's attack was different from the previous 3 true disciples of the Kongming sect. The 3 of them didn't have a strong murderous intent. Their purpose was still to injure Chunzong and the war demon. After all, they weren't sure about Chunzong and the war demon's background. However, this blue-robed woman's attack was a killing move. Her murderous intent was awe-inspiring. It was obvious that she didn't want to leave Chunzong any chance of survival. Chunzong had his own principles. He wouldn't kill indiscriminately. However, when others wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be pedantic either. A 10-meter-tall primordial spirit appeared in an instant, spreading out an astonishing aura. 5 sword Dao patterns also condensed. To deal with his opponent, Chunzong didn't need to use his full strength. Windmark focused most on cutting. With one sword strike, the ice blue palm print was immediately cut open. It carried an extremely frightening sword power and directly attacked, cutting the void apart. "Senior brother, save me." The blue-robed woman's expression changed greatly. The sword light was astonishing. It bloomed in front of her eyes and filled everything. The terrifying sword pressure made her feel like she was being torn apart. Her hair stood on end, and she couldn't resist it for a while. In terms of strength, she wasn't as strong as Chunzong. In terms of life and death battle experience and adaptability, she wasn't as good as Chunzong. "Stop!" Bai Xiaoyang's expression abruptly changed, and at the same time he shouted, he immediately attacked. His cultivation at the high level of the divine aspect realm was revealed, and a 40 feet tall primordial spirit Dharma idol appeared. 6 spear Dao divine marks appeared, and the spears suddenly trembled. It was as fast as a lightning bolt, and it was as violent as a thunderbolt. It carried an extremely terrifying power as it instantly shattered the sky. Powerful. The power of this spear was extremely powerful. It was like a 4th level AO Wu. It carried its own power and was extremely frightening. If Chunzong insisted on killing the blue-robed woman, he definitely couldn't avoid this spear and would be killed directly. From this point, one could see Bai Xiaoyang's ruthlessness and decisiveness. He didn't attack Chunzong's sword, but Chunzong himself. If Chunzong resisted this attack, his junior sister would be killed. The power of the opponent's spear was astonishing. Chunzong didn't intend to resist it. The sword light turned into a violent slash. Divine Wind Slash. The power of this move had astonishingly reached the peak of rank for profound martial arts. As the sword slashed down, the deep cyan-colored sword aura shattered the vacuum and released an incomparably tyrannical aura. It stirred the void and rushed in all directions, causing Bai Xiaoyang's expression to change in an instant. The sword aura and the spear force collided in an instant and suddenly exploded, rushing in all directions. The blue-robed woman was affected and immediately flew back. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and her aura was weak. Just the impact alone caused her to be seriously injured. Chunzong only felt a powerful force bombarding him. His sore body trembled, and he directly took 5 steps back. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoyang's spear body trembled and bounced back 3 steps. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker at a glance. At the same time, the 3 Kongming cult's true disciples who were chasing behind also approached. When they saw the result of the collision between Bai Xiaoyang and Chunzong, they were pleasantly surprised. As expected of senior brother Yang, he's too powerful. In the Kongming cult, Bai Xiaoyang was ranked in the top 10 true disciples. "Take another one of my spear." Bai Xiaoyang was shocked in his heart, as his spear had actually been blocked. Instantly, he exploded out once more as he took a step forward and became one with his spear. The spear suddenly trembled as it carried along an extremely terrifying lightning energy as it instantly tore through the sky and blasted out. 3 thunderous Dao patterns condensed in an instant and appeared on the primordial spirit Dharma idol, causing the power of the spear to skyrocket. This was the superposition of the power of the spear and the power of the thunder. Its power was much stronger than before, and it brought a greater threat to Chunzong. The blue-robed woman's eyes flashed with a touch of joy. She clenched her fists and, secretly encouraged Bai Xiaoyang. Her gaze towards Chunzong was filled with murderous intent and ferocious intent. The 7 divine sword Dao patterns completely appeared. Immediately, the 4 divine heart Dao patterns also appeared. The power of the 2 great Dao overlapped and became even more powerful. Although Bai Xiaoyang's primordial spirit Dharma idol was 10 feet higher than Chunzong, In terms of great Tao power, it was inferior to Chunzong. The power of the fierce divine wind slash became even more violent and domineering. Slash. The sword light flashed rapidly. The dark green sword aura seemed to have a kind of illusory feeling. When people stared at it, they would have a kind of unreal feeling. Although it was very slight, if one's mind was not strong enough, it would more or less be disturbed. It was not an attack of the divine will, but under the power of the heart Tao, it still had the ability to disturb one's mind. Another collision. An even more terrifying power surged out. The sword chi was rampant, and the spear light attacked. It was as if everything around was shattered. Countless cracks were torn on the ground. It was a shocking sight. Chapter 2497. The collision created a shockwave that shook the ground. Boundless chi spread in all directions, as if it was going to tear the air apart. The Kongming sect's true disciples opened their eyes wide. They were astonished. Yang Baixio was pushed back 5 steps, 2 steps more than his opponent. It was the opposite of what had happened before. Yang Baixio was at the top of the divine aspect layer. His primordial spirit was 40 zhang tall, and he had used his full strength to release the 4th level AO Wu. However, he couldn't gain the upper hand. He was even at a disadvantage. Yang Baixio looked serious. He was holding his spear with both hands. His chi was piercingly cold. He didn't attack again. He just stared at Chunzong. "Who are you? Where are you from?" asked Yang Baixio in a low voice. His opponent was obviously at the middle level of the divine aspect layer, and his primordial spirit was only 30 zhang tall. He wasn't as strong as Yang Baixio in these 2 aspects, but his cultivation level was extremely high. He wasn't any weaker than Yang Baixio. It meant that his cultivation technique was extremely powerful. Not only that, his sword Dao had actually condensed 7 divine inscriptions, and another great Dao had condensed 4 divine inscriptions. His 4th level AO Wu had reached the peak of the divine aspect layer. It was extremely powerful. All these proved that his opponent's background was definitely not ordinary. Maybe he came from a powerful sect that wasn't any weaker than the Kongming sect. Of course, it was also possible that he was an independent cultivator. In Tianshao continent, there were many independent cultivators and geniuses. Apart from those who were already famous, there were also some new geniuses from time to time. With such a large number of cultivators, there was a high probability that geniuses would be born. Even independent cultivators could obtain all kinds of opportunities and become famous. "Defeat me or be defeated by me. You will know," said Chunzong with a faint smile. How arrogant! Yang Baixio's expression darkened, becoming colder and colder. Crackling sounds suddenly rang out, and around his body, silver lightning arcs as thick as hair suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, every lightning arc seemed to have absorbed the aura of thunder and lightning in the air, becoming even more violent and filling the air with astonishing power. Secret technique: wild lightning rotation. Above the 40 zhang tall primordial spirit, silver lightning arcs jumped and flickered, covering the whole area. Yang Baixio's aura skyrocketed. The spear pierced through the air. It was like a thunder dragon roaring, destroying everything. Its power was more than 50% stronger than before. Chunzong's eyes flashed, and he slashed his sword. Divine Wind Slash. But this time, Chunzongzi used his secret technique, 9 full melee. The dark green sword energy slashed through the air, followed by 3 dark green sword shadows. Slash, slash, slash. The head of the thunder dragon was first slashed apart, followed by its body. The terrifying power that slashed the thunder dragon slashed towards Yang Baixio. The body of the spear was directly bent and slammed into Yang Baixio's body. It was also because of the defense of the spear that Yang Baixio's body was not directly slashed by the power of the sword. Even so, Yang Baixio still suffered a powerful impact. His sternum cracked, and he was sent flying. The terrifying sword energy rushed into his body and wreaked havoc. He couldn't help but vomit blood, which splashed in all directions. Ninefold mixed kill. You are a true disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Yang Baixio retreated dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Without stopping, he burst out with an even faster speed and fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he fled into the distance like a bolt of lightning. He escaped. Unexpectedly, Yang Baixio ran away directly. Realizing that Chunzong's strength was tyrannical and that Chunzong's background was higher than his, Yang Baixio was very decisive. He immediately ran away, ignoring his junior brothers and sisters. Chunzong sheathed his sword and did not pursue him. If he wanted to, he could catch up with him at full speed, but it was not necessary. A high-level divine phase realm cultivator wasn't his opponent and couldn't pose any threat to him. Moreover, after this time, if the other party still didn't know what was good for him, then the next time would be the date of his death. Of course, Chunzong might not meet him next time. The blue-robed woman's expression changed greatly. Without hesitation, she turned into a blue escape light, emitting a shocking coldness, and quickly flew away. Go quickly! The three true disciples of the Kongming cult who were chasing behind also changed their expressions. They were extremely shocked, and they immediately retreated without hesitation. The Kongming cult was indeed a strong force in the Heaven Continent, but compared to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the gap was obvious. They were not on the same level at all. It should be known that the Nine Heavens Imperial Court had a Sixth Realm elite holding the fort, while the other forces at most had a Fifth Realm elite holding the fort. The difference between Fifth Realm and Sixth Realm was far greater than the difference between Fourth Realm and Fifth Realm. There was absolutely no comparison. A true disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was no small matter. Moreover, this person's strength was so tyrannical. Among the true disciples, he was definitely not ordinary. After that, Chunzong and the War Demon did not encounter any more trouble and directly returned to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The War Demon had gained something, and so did Chunzong. They both returned to their respective heavens. Seclusion. Chunzong began a new round of seclusion. The sword principle AO Wu that he obtained in the cave, the lightning and flying swan, were both 6th level AO Wu. He had to first comprehend and cultivate as much as possible, master and unleash their power as much as possible. In this way, his strength could improve again. In addition, Chunzong also felt that the fierce divine wind slash could be further improved to the 5th level AO Wu. As for the other 3 moves, he also needed to comprehend the related mysterious true meaning to further improve them. Thinking about it, there were still many things that could be improved. His strength was far from the limit that could be improved. However, Chunzong also knew that as he continued to comprehend, the more he improved, the more he would be limited by his cultivation level. The upper limit of comprehension between the middle level and high level of the divine phase realm was definitely different. While he was comprehending, his cultivation level could not fall behind. The annihilation force of the Nine Heavens also needed to be cultivated as usual. Under the 6 intents of heart, Chunzong only needed to divide 1 intent to cultivate the annihilation force of the Nine Heavens. As for the remaining 5 intents, he could comprehend others. Tao of heart, Tao of world, fierce divine wind slash, lightning, flying swan. As for the sword principle, he had already condensed 7 sword marks, which was a very high level in the middle level of the divine phase realm. If he wanted to condense another sword mark, it was impossible to do so in a short time. All the disciples either went out to gain experience or went into seclusion to cultivate. Because all of them had extraordinary talent and potential, before reaching the peak of the divine phase realm, there were only small bottlenecks. Only after reaching the peak of the divine phase realm would they encounter a big bottleneck. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Time passed quickly. Chunzong's improvement was shocking. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In the secret chamber of the Heart Sword Palace, Chunzong's eyes suddenly opened, shooting out a ray of light. My cultivation has reached the peak of the middle level of the divine phase realm. 1 more step, and I'll reach the high level of the divine phase realm. Chunzong thought to himself. Once his cultivation broke through to the high level of the divine phase realm, his strength would increase by quite a bit. However, even if it was just a thin line, wanting to break through wasn't that easy. That thin line would take at least a few months and at most a few years to cross. Unless he could obtain some treasure that could help increase his cultivation and break through in an instant. Of course, Chunzong could continue to cultivate in seclusion for a few more months, and then he would have a 50% chance of breaking through. Before breaking through, let's go to the battle tower to try. Chunzong thought to himself. If his cultivation broke through to the high level of the divine phase realm, then his opponents in the battle tower would also reach the high level of the divine phase realm, and their strength would increase by a large level. With his middle level of the divine phase realm cultivation, Chunzong came to the battle tower and began his challenge. He directly entered the 4th floor. Divine Wind Slash. A sword pierced through the air, slashing out head-on. The dark green sword aura had an indescribable feeling of profoundness. It was overbearing beyond compare, as if it could cut through everything. There seemed to be nothing between heaven and earth that could stop it. Slash. Shatter. The opponent on the 4th floor couldn't block Chunzong's sword and was directly killed. The opponent on the 5th floor was even more powerful. Chunzong unleashed his qi refinement strength to the extreme, and after an intense battle, they were evenly matched. The opponents in the battle tower were more balanced in all aspects, and there wouldn't be any obvious flaws or weaknesses. Therefore, to pass the battle tower, one must have enough strength, or else it would be difficult to pass. Body refining divine phase. In an instant, Chunzong's body was activated, reaching a height of 30 feet. The power of qi refinement and body refining overlapped, and the power of the 3 great paths also overlapped. Kill. Divine Wind Slash. The overbearing sword directly enveloped the area in front of him, making it difficult to dodge. The opponent also unleashed a terrifying power, instantly slashing out with his sword, as if he wanted to die together with Chunzong. However, Chunzong's sword was even more powerful. Slash. The saber light was shattered in an instant. It was unstoppable, and the opponent on the 5th level was directly killed. After Chunzong recovered his strength, he stepped into the 6th floor. When he was in the divine condensation realm, Chunzong passed the 5th floor, but he was defeated on the 6th floor. What about this time? Slash. Under the full power of the body refining divine phase and body refining divine phase, Chunzong fought fiercely with the opponent on the 6th floor. However, Chunzong realized that the opponent on the 6th floor was too strong. Even if he used the level 5 AO Wu, he couldn't defeat the opponent. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. How terrifying! Chunzong was secretly shocked that he was defeated by the opponent on the 6th floor. He had been cultivating non-stop for decades, and all aspects had been improving. The path of heart and the path of the world had been condensed to the extreme, and his strength had become stronger. The power of the 3 great paths overlapped and reached a new height. Even with such strength, he still couldn't defeat the opponent on the 6th floor. Then, let's try the level 6 AO Wu that I've been cultivating for the past 10 years. Chunzong muttered to himself. His body swayed slightly, and he took a step forward. His speed increased to the extreme in an instant. Fast, extremely fast, and with an indescribable ethereal feeling. It was as natural, mysterious, and difficult to catch. Flying Swan. This move was a footwork, and it was also a body movement. When it was used, not only was the speed increased to a whole new level, but it was also mysterious and unpredictable. It was hard to catch and predict the trajectory. Under the Flying Swan, Chunzong approached the opponent in an extremely mysterious trajectory. On the sword, there were wisps of electric arcs flashing, faintly discernible. Slash! In an instant, Chunzong didn't slash out with a sword, but an extremely dazzling light. Faintly, there seemed to be a series of crackling sounds, which made people's hair stand on end. Level 6 Sword AO Wu. electric light. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.